How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Give me 1 second. For some reason, Windows did that thing where it reset my mic volume, and I'm pretty sure my PC didn't restart. That was weird. That was pretty weird. Anyway, there's me, and there's you. Oh, lighting's a little different today. It is a beautiful day outside, by the way. I'm so happy about it. I might, like, go for a walk today. Haven't been keeping up with that. But, let's greet everyone first. We got Thermal, Scout Sniper, Brother Matt, Swin. You're probably gone already, but thanks, Swin. See you later. Viking, Tenor, Black Panther, Deep Zombie, Itsukato, Chester, Reckless Monster, Mr. Adblock, Scoops. No idea why I was awake till now. Scoops, sleep schedule. I don't have a good one either, but do it. Boom, Amber, Sean, Fleece, Jaybridge, Borbatron, Priz, It's Scully, how you doing? Chimpy, Rune, Cephix, hope you're well. Build you're working on? We're doing some Dreadwind stuff. We in this thing? We in this thing. Hey Chester, thank you for the Prime in the 3 months. I appreciate it.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Clenched fist sunglasses.
Clenched fist sunglasses. I was just outside. Were my glasses sunglassy? They might have been. but clenched fist for sure. Thank you so much, Chester. D2H, no. I fucking love that emote. D2H is the best emotes. Just like the perfect amount of just slightly done with your shit in emote form. I don't know. I just like that. Windows said mic check. It did. It did. Should be okay now. Anyway, so yeah, Dreadwind. I'll go over the build for you guys, because we did a little bit of Dreadwind stuff earlier in the week on Hammer Zerker, and I've been kind of playing around with different multi-classes, and there's been a couple of community members who've been doing a lot of good theory crafting behind the scenes. I want to, in particular, shout out Megamule, who has done a lot of Dreadwind science, and hooked me up with a spreadsheet that helped in calculating some of the things I was going to shoot for this build. And Catchins, who has Catchins maintains the Furior companion damage spreadsheet and has done a lot of theory crafting, and those two kind of combine in this build, so I want to give credit for those individuals. But basically, this is a Frost Wilder melee setup, which kind of amuses me because we frequently talk about the Spore Warden's the one that doesn't have anything to offer melee. Well, it kind of does, but very indirectly, so we'll get into that. Yes, Kevin, I agree, you are a cat. Anything else to add? You got another one in you? Meow? There it is. Hey Rohith, how you doing? Socialization day yesterday, what I missed? What did we do yesterday? Oh, we did some max difficulty chamber runs. Max difficulty being extended, eliting every room, taking as many curses as we could. It was a good time. It was a good time. So, skill tree first. Currently, this is what I'm working with. We are Berserker all the way down to Capstone. We've got Spore Warden down to 3 in Windrunner and 1 in Medicinal Mushroom. And my armor is giving me 2 extra points in Affinity, 2 extra points in Icebreaker, and 1 extra point in Cold Snap. Back to Twitch Logs to watch. I do have the archive channel on YouTube, Rohit, if that's easier for you. I personally find watching Twitch VODs a little hard. There's an archive channel on YouTube. I upload every full stream, unedited. Good jump, Kevin. Holy shit. So, the idea behind this is Blood of the Fallen is what allows you to get longer Dreadwinds, and we're using a selective amnesia. Now, amnesia gives you more damage based on your movement speed stat, and it triggers based on you taking damage. Dreadwind puts you in a position where you're very vulnerable to taking damage. But Dreadwind also does a couple other things. Dreadwind gives you movement speed. Dreadwind has an enchantment that gives you more movement speed. Amnesia itself gives you movement speed. Berserker's Cold Snap skill gives you movement speed. Spore Warden's Windrunner skill gives you movement speed. You see the trend here. And we've got... Dreadwind has a really stacked formula. It is not only melee damage, it is ability damage and area damage as well. Now, the damage source is melee, so it won't be applying Wrath of Nature or anything like that. That's why we didn't go down that far. But it scales with ability damage and also has area in the formula. So we've maxed out Ancient Fury, and Spore Warden's Affinity over here is going to be a big boost for Dreadwind. The other thing we're going to do with this is we got a few interesting weapons. I've got a White Rider for backup if I need to actually shoot something. I got a Fear Knot. I managed to get a drop. We got a gun with wings, ×2 melee bolts. I don't know how it is on mag size damage roll. I don't know any of those parts or anything. And then it was like the A3 roll. I got the companion enchant, so that's good. So the good thing about this, a Fear Not Shrike, is that they can apply the crossbolts. You get the benefit of the crossbolts. So if I throw these, they'll keep shooting enemies while I'm spinning. So the gameplay loop is I throw a couple of these, and then I switch over to this Rapscallion, which has a 40% blade, to boost my Dreadwind damage, and I spin with this in my hand, these flying around shooting things, debuffing them to take more melee damage with the melee crossbolts. I've got a Delusion for bossing as well. I had to do chums to get a Delusion on this character last night. I didn't have a spare one. Another fun interaction is, since these are crossbolts, we can use this Barbaloade. Barbaloade, the way it works is if there's crossbolts in a target, dealing damage has a chance to trigger that effect with the listed chance value, 19% at volatile. But the actual ricochet done by the Barbaloade is based off of the damage of what caused the ricochet, not what placed the bolts. So, if I hit an enemy really, really hard with Dreadwind, then it'll make a ricochet based off of that Dreadwind's damage. So I'm using my Dreadwind to ricochet to enemies. I'm using my action skill that counts as ability damage as a gun. My melee action skill that counts as ability as well to do gun-like things. So just Wonderlands in one interaction. And then we've got, standard melee-ish stuff. But I'll show you guys.
Enter if you dare.
Do a normal run. How does that work? Which part, Rohit?
You should dare.
Equip Buffmeister gets some extra movement speed. You could, but I prefer the heal from Fortifying Sigil, honestly, Reckless Monster. Different damage types add up or multiply, area melee ability. No one is more, important than the other. Just different things have different damage sources. Also, this build is very hard to play during the wake-up phase of the stream. There we go. We'll get frames eventually. There we go. Much better. So, we throw the strikes. And that was a lot of Barbaloade happening right there. Of course, we got good old Banshee for high Dreadwind damage, and also a good weapon to swing outside of Dreadwind. This is going to be one of those, my character's going to have a lot to say builds. Just be aware. You're not dead? I have no gun damage. That's a 200k Dreadwind tick. How do empowering sigil work here? The awkward thing about empowering boom is that it's only got a 5-second duration, and you lose at least a little bit of that from animations.
It's your funeral.
So you wouldn't have it active very long. Now, something I've entertained is the idea of doing a short spin build where you just do like 1 second of Dreadwind, because that's still more melee attacks than you get in that window normally with a better formula. It's a bit hard to control the movement speed at times. Bulwark buddies. What's Dylan's forestry help Dreadwind? Affinity. Hey Puppy, how you doing? I hope you're feeling good today. Affinity gives ability damage. Also, Windrunner is movement speed, and we have an Amnesia on, which benefits from movement speed. How you been? I'm doing well, Get Spooked. How are you? I took them out, but there was a barrel there. Also, we do have medicinal mushroom for convenient little revive. Wouldn't say no to that. The options of being paid off and being told maybe it's inspiration. Amazing morning. Ugh. Just as a PSA, everyone, artists go through so fucking much. Like, creators that do work as artists on the internet, like, please take time out of your day to appreciate how stressful that fucking shit is. And please don't steal artwork. Keep in mind, if there's an emote you like, and it's someone's paid commission work, someone worked hard on that, and then someone paid for that. Like, don't be an asshole. Ugh. Yeah, that boss was Lance, and I didn't see him, so cool. I saw his health bar once. Good job, Dreadwind. Hey Worlds, how you doing? Good to see you. Exposure doesn't pay rent? Yeah. Does Dreadwind proc the peg legs movement effect? No. So, for hilt mods that have some sort of active component, or some sort of on-hit effect, you need to actually use a real melee attack for that. There's a couple ones that have passive effects that work. For example, Spellblade, giving your spell damage a indirect place in your damage formula for melee. That's a passive one. That works on Dreadwind and stuff. But stuff like Peg Leg, Amp, Echo, all that stuff, no, that's on your actual melee strings only. Bulwark Buddy is such a buzzkill with this build. Land. Hey, you landed. Oh, I'm bugged. Let me take my weapon out again, please. No? Cool. Get up eventually. It's very awkward and there's targets I can't spin on, so I should be throwing more strikes for that. There we go. Fucking Berserker could just stay in Save Your Soul forever. It's great.
To me, my mushroom minion! Don't mess with the best!
There's a long room. Cool. I suggest if there's an emote you like that's paid for by creator that you pay both the artist and the creator to use it if that's okay with both persons. There's no harm in asking. They might not end up being okay with that, but respecting that paid work is important. Hey Glenny, how you doing? What was the other multi-class you did with Dreadwind? Claw? Yeah. Thought Amnesia with Burrow was a bad combo because you'll dot yourself all the time. That's not necessarily a bad combo. Dreadwind gives you slow immunity. It says up at the top, slow immunity. So the fact that I'm cryoing myself doesn't matter. And the damage stat that Amnesia gives you a huge amount of is global damage, which is one of the types that Berserker does not have any access to in skill tree. Spore Warden also doesn't have any. And Amnesia gives it to you in large quantities, based on your movement speed. Now, Dreadwind increases your movement speed, simply for being active, and then there's a Ward enchant that also increases your movement speed the longer you are using Dreadwind. Which was Frost immunity. I think Berserker should have Frost immunity while enraged, but that's just me. Beyblade the game? Yeah, loading. Bye-bye screams. Spin. Should ask if be able to accept a no. Yeah. I'm a Lechonk gamer, you can't stop me. Glenny, what are the odds that it evolves into Big Chungus or something like that? Pretty good, right? How much is effectiveness is attributed to Strike Barbaloade? Not much. I could take off the Strike and Barbaloade and it's still exceptionally good. Hey, Bridge. I was genuinely surprised with damage testing here. And this is intentionally kind of a lower damage model for a Dreadwind build. Like, taking Blood of the Fallen for Dreadwind does kind of neuter its effectiveness. Because the optimal damage Dreadwind setup is unquestionably Frost Shiver, so you can take Alchemical Agent, which gives you short Dreadwinds, but Alchemical Agent dots placed by Dreadwind hit ludicrously hard. So this is not anywhere near max Dreadwind damage. My armor passives and ring passives are still pretty suboptimal. This is proof of concept at this point. I keep getting Vorkanar on this build, but I suppose this is a good Vorkanar boss to, Vorkanar build to do. Dialogue in this game is super annoying. Some of it. I like most of it, honestly, Thermal. Entire game's co-op, you already know I'm getting you the game. I plan on getting it, Glenny, and yeah, I want to play co-op with you. Like, actual full co-op Pokemon, full send, let's fucking do it. Hey, Lariat. You know if Queen's Cry triggers Barbaloade? So anything triggers Barbaloade, but you need to kind of prime it. You need something that has this text at the bottom. Something about target takes increased this type of damage for this amount of seconds. You need a gun that does that in some capacity. So whether that's Saw Blades, whether that's Crossbolts, it needs to have that text. Or it needs to have been an item that had that text before an enchant bumped it off the card. But then, once you've applied the Crossbolts, any kind of other damage can trigger the Ricochet. So you could, in theory, just shoot full of Crossbolts and then switch to another gun. So this is Dreadwind versus Vorkanar. I think it's pretty fast. Misplaced my sigil, that's why I need a third spin, but there you go. There's a quantity of damage that could be deemed a lot. I agree. Should build after? Sure. Hammer of the Ancients! It's the same character you're running Claw with earlier this week? Yes, same character, I just expect instead of Claw, I've been trying other multi-classes. Stabomancer is like optimal for Dreadwind's output, but for fun factor, I'm liking Spore Warden, because if you go Stabo, then you kind of want to go to Alchemical Agent, which is the equivalent of here in the tree, and if you go that far, you can't get this Capstone. You cannot get a Tier 5 and a Capstone with the currently available number of skill points. So you have to choose between Blood of the Fallen and Alchemical Agent, and Alchemical Agent just wins that fight, hands down. It's not even close. But this is necessary to have longer Dreadwinds, because you get 20% of your duration back on a kill during Dreadwind. So you can spin for a while. When you do damage like that, does your hammer become... I suppose you could say so, Scoops. I suppose you could. You don't have to focus on the story and run around and do stupid shit. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Glenny. Are you going to get Pokemon Milf or Pokemon Dilf? Why 1 point in swing speed? Because I do need to swing. I do have downtime. And I had a leftover skill point, so that was either going to go more healing or swing speed. Like, it was one of these two. Could you repeat? Are you going to get Pokemon Milf or Pokemon Dilf? Which version? Because there's different professors in each one. I hear you saying you want a couple more skill points. Let's slow down, Kirk. Let's slow down. It's gonna be awesome to play full Pokemon game with the homies. Absolutely, Mr. Adblock. Absolutely. Pokemon Chad or Pokemon Karen. She doesn't look like a Karen. So you are streaming Wonderlands today. Listen, I can stop playing Wonderlands anytime I want to. I just never want to. How you doing, Don Ursa? So yeah, why did I just click Feral Surge? For the build, I mentioned briefly before, but we take Bounty of the Hunt because it's a minor amount of cooldown. Honestly, really minor. It'd be probably better to take one of these skills, but thematically I took this anyway. Affinity, ability damage does go into Dreadwind formula, so we take that. Medicinal Mushroom for a nice little safety net, and Windrunner is movement speed, and movement speed is amnesia damage. Then over in Berserker Tree, we take 3 Unyielding, because we want to heal to fight the Amnesia dot, and also just healing in Dreadwind in general is important. And we take 2 in Savagery for melee damage. And we max Icebreaker, max the Old Ways, max Instinct. Instinct is maxed here for swap speed, because I do a lot of weapon juggling, and also for reload speed to throw the strikes faster. And we got max Cold Snap, because Frost Efficiency is more Icebreaker, and movement speed is more damage, because Amnesia. Unarmored Defense makes us tankier, and also makes our bad egg break easier. We have 1 point Blood Frenzy, because it's a little bit of healing. Max Ancient Fury because area damage into Dreadwind formula. Relentless Rage for quality of life purposes. Blast Chill because we do occasionally swing our melee weapon. Iron Squall because we do occasionally swing our melee weapon. And Blood of the Fallen not only gets us longer Dreadwinds, but it reduces our downtime. Hero points, max crit damage, max crit chance, rest in Constitution for more HP and wards. Remember, the Constitution is very valuable if you are spec'd into Unarmored Defense. Gear-wise, I have a Volatile Banshee. This is the 2nd highest damage roll. You can get a roll with a little less crit chance. I think it's literally 1% less, but like 200 more damage. So I would want that, but this is what I got. This is a Shock Banshee with an Ancient hilt. Ancient is nice because every melee hit on a basic attack, I get 5% of my cooldown back. So that combined with my kill skill for cooldown and Blood of the Fallen on any kills, and I have a cooldown roll over here, means I get Dreadwind back very, very quickly. This enchantment I have on my melee weapon, this is a big part of Dreadwind builds. If your Dreadwind has not felt fantastic, it's probably because you didn't have this. CZ did some digging into this, and this enchantment has 2 different behaviors. It works one way for Feral Surge and a different way for Dreadwind. For Feral Surge, it's just in the conditional damage category, which Berserker already has a lot of, so not hugely impactful. Yes, Kevin, hi. But for Dreadwind, this is just a fresh 50% multiplier. It is in no category with anything else, so it is the single biggest damage boost you can get for Dreadwind. And this is an enchantment only on melee slot, and it's class specific, so good fucking luck rolling it, but is really good. It's not impossible to overspec in Burr, but it's very, very difficult. Yeah. New RGB, what are these colors? Stop the new old. No idea which one's going after that. Oh, yeah. They've had so many Pokemon games, bro. There's so many. Frost Damage Skill always looks weak compared to the rest of Burr's Tree. And that's just a testament to how good Burr's Tree is. Because this isn't a bad skill. It's just ultimately not impactful compared to, like, everything else. Like, Berserker's skill tree is so good that its worst skill is like a high tier skill in any other skill tree. That's how good Berserker is. Like, there are no bad skills. We initially thought for a while Unyielding might have been a bad skill, but like, what it doesn't tell you is while you're enraged, the second heal it gives you is a different kind of heal that's stronger than the listed one, and you still get the other one. So it's really good. Compose a tweet from loading, absolutely. This will be fun. I gotta select the appropriate smile face. Yeah, we gotta go slightly smiling. Alright. Amplify on Burbap. Go do the thing. Is Ancestral Frost now the worst good skill? In this tree, I think it is, yeah. Also, shooting a marshmallow with the Fragment Rain is the single most funny thing I've done in this game. I gotta do that. Dex mentioned that, Sora, and I really want to get into that. Marshmallow stuff. Let me put that in my my notepad. I want to do that. It's just gonna be marshmallow stuff. I'm gonna be so confused later. was gonna ask you to tweet Pokemon MILF for Pokemon DILF. I like that more. Yeah. That's... I approve loading. Thank you. Why reload and swap speed? As I mentioned, this means I can switch weapons. No, it's Tsukado. Not right now. I gotta put a cooldown on that shit. I swap weapons a lot, and also it lets me chuck the strikes faster. Who doesn't like a Dilf pickle? I can't unthink that. Second one followed that? Not right now. God damn it, Scoops. Bulma, bonk. Everyone bonk Glenny right now. He needs it. Bonk. Yeah, so we got this this strike, which applies melee crossbolts. We got a delusion, and we got a rapscallion we're holding. Obvious question, obvious answer. Yes, you could hold a live wire as well for the actual Banshee swings, but I don't want to do that. I should swap out this ring. I want to get more duration, and I want to get on a melee damage ring. But yeah. Talking about Pokemon? Yeah, Sora. So they showed the new professors. You know how each Pokemon game has a professor? And they're both hot. Used to collect cards too. Very briefly when I was like 6 years old. But not really, no. Say, I got going to say, and I quote, Hey Rory's, I've looked up Zero things, so I don't know if it's good, and I don't want to know, but settled on my build is Graveborn Staffmancer taking Grave Capstone Contagion based around Dark Magic Dot, and taking the Knife Vortex active, and Borderlands not big numbers make me happy, rather lots of numbers. Boy does put up a lot of numbers. Excited to finally play the video game. That sounds fun, Rory's. I'm glad you're having a good time. Still have the grind, but it works, and mostly lurking while I'm stringing up this French horn. Hey, I appreciate the lurk. And the kind words, as always. Take it easy, Deep Zombie. Have a good one. What are the other enchants? Yeah, other enchants. I have Action Skill Active Elemental on my Fortifying Sigil. Fortifying Sigil is great for Dreadwind, because not only does it give you more damage, but it heals you. You don't have many ways of healing in Dreadwind. So the heal is really nice. I have the Dreadwind specific enchant, my Bad Egg. And the more I think about it, the more I'm like, maybe that's not the move. Because the movement speed is really nice for Amnesia. But the damage increase is, like, kind of meh. And I need to math it out versus just having, like, an ASA Lightning enchant, honestly. I'd have to math this. Or having the low health enchant. I gotta math that one out. But then on my gun, I have Action Skill Start Melee. And then on this one, I have Companion Reload. This one just gives me a little bit of healing for my mushroom when I chuck. I don't recognize 90% of the critters in the trailer. How many Pokemon are there now? Before these games that are coming out, 900? 900, I think. Something in the 900 region. Bonk loading too. You both need to be stopped. 905. Thank you. Reaching 1,000 this gen? Yeah. There's so many Pokemon now, Rohit, that they have to rotate them. Like, they don't put all of them in one game anymore. We've not had every Pokemon in one game since Gen 7? Gen 7 had everything, right? There are at least 5 Pokemon. That is true. Ability damage, melee, crit chance. Oh, thumb cuffs. That's not bad. Companion damage. How many companion damage rolls is that? Crit damage on the bottom. Holy shit. Like, what is this? Is this a Wyvern ring? 35.1% companion crit damage. Is that 2 rolls or 3? That's 2. Right? Yeah, that's 2. Still. Ability damage, spell radius, melee crit damage, please. Think that's 2? Okay. Pistol crit damage, pistol reload speed. It's not bad here. Like, these are some good rings for this setup. How many inventory slots do I have? Not that many. I should be picky. Dark magic efficiency wouldn't be bad here either, considering I have Bad Egg on a lot. Action skill duration is the thing I'm really after, though. Funny seeing the Pokemon rap with every Pokemon. That'd be a long stream. If that was melee crit chance, this ring would be so good. But nope, Sag. Be sad if to leave any Pokemon out of the games for more than 2 gens, otherwise don't care how they do it. We saw Flaffy in one of the trailers, and Flaffy's been out since Gen 7, the Ampharos line, so it's good to see that come back. Hopefully they bring back the stuff that wasn't in, like, late Gen 8. Ooh, a Primordial Ring. Primordial Promise Ring. That's a lot of sniper crit damage. It's Primordial, I gotta take that. So on ability crit or melee crit? Melee. Melee. Ability crit does not affect Dreadwind. It would not affect anything on this build, because Blast Chill can't crit, and Dreadwind scales the ability damage, but is not an ability. It is still melee. Imagine trying to fill your decks with national decks. Here, kid, catch 1,000 different Pokemon and about 100 different legendaries. Yeah, like, there's no fucking way. You'd have to start having legendaries just, like, in the grass normally, with the number there are. It's crazy. Okay, we got some decent rings there. On every gen, every map, and every Pokemon in one game, otherwise game is bad, Pokemon fans. True! Better be new Eevee evolution. We still want... we still gotta get that Ghost Rock type Eevee, you know? Just Ghost Rock. Dual typing, Ghost Rock. You know exactly why. Flappy's Gen 2? Yeah. Suicune, arguably still best legendary design, don't at me. Suicune's cool. Oh, look at this chat. I got a Primordial Greatsword. I've been trying to roll the Dreadwind enchant on it. But this isn't max damage. Max damage is 2200. That might require non-elemental though. I can't remember what max damage for elemental is. But over 2000 damage. Ghost Rocky with Scooby-Doo cartoon soundtrack. 2 types of Meowth. Yeah, there's so many types of a bunch of different Pokemon now. It's kind of funny. Lugia and Rayquaza. What's my favorite? It's annoying how now I need to avoid leaks from new Pokemon for 5 more months since they're getting so many leaks. Ooh, I didn't know stuff was leaking. Good shout. I'll keep my head down. You guys see that apparently, like, ridiculous amounts of Street Fighter 6 leaks have happened as well? And I don't mean the fan base leaking from their collective pants because of how ridiculously attractive they made both Chun-Li and Ryu. I mean, like, leaking details about the game. Street Fighter 6 looks kind of pog. Kinda does. I'm not even a fighting game fan and it looks pretty cool. Alolan Executor is my favorite different form of existing Pokemon. like, thematically, I really like Alolan Marowak. It's not, like, good to actually use, but thematically, I think it's really fucking cool. As a straight male who's very comfortable with my sexual preference, Ryo is at least 10 times as hot as Chun-Li. Remember, they revealed the game with Ryo's dick print. That's not me being a degenerate, that's canon. Like, it's a thing they actually did. If you missed this on social media, it was just like a shot of his crotch, and there was an outline. There's a teacup Pokemon? Yes. Are you packing? Yup. Teapot Pokemon good. They get a lot of shit for Pokemon design on some of the newer ones, but like, they're... What are you gonna make? You gotta do objects now. And some of them are pretty cool. Like, I think Chandelure is interesting. It's literally a haunted chandelier that, that burns souls. It's pretty fucking cool. Kinda metal. On some Ghost Rider shit. Chandelure's cracked. Thank you. It's a pretty good Harbinger. Huh. Drifloon's dex entries, though, some of those Pokemon dex entries are a little scary. The writers for those were having some bad days. Found out you can hit a fireball back the Wyvern at the Wyvern. What, like with your melee weapon, Don Ursa? That's cool. Gonna steal ghosts? Aegislash. Aegislash. I've been forgetting to throw my strikes. Few type combos we don't have. Yeah. I want to see them get more creative with using the normal type. Like, I want normal type to just come into its own more, other than, I don't know, stab return. Like, that's the most notable thing normal had for a long time. Like, okay. There's all. Since it's in Borderlands community minds these days, here's just not tier list. One thing I think of each Borderlands game: BL1, charming with its oldness; BL2, all the praising makes me hate this game; TPS, sad, but top-notch soundtrack; BL3, OMG, not 100% happy though. Wonderland's not interested currently. I'm sorry to hear it's not interesting to you. I didn't weigh in on that tier list thing for a number of reasons, but I think those of you who know me know exactly how I feel. Like, for me, BL3 and Wonderland's in no particular order, up at the top. That'll be more cemented, you know, as time goes by. And then the others just kind of go in random order and with BL2 at the bottom. That's just me personally. But, I don't know. It's one of those things, people get real toxic about ranking games like that, so I just didn't want to weigh in. me again. Cute. Bug Dragon's unused? I think so. I can't think of a Bug Dragon. Actually, shit. Is one of the Flapple evolutions Bug Dragon? Or is that Grass Dragon? Bro, I think BL3 is my favorite at the moment. It's had the most hours in, but I do love Wonderlands. We get a little more endgame and I'm good. Right, right. As long as Wonderlands continues to be, like, enjoyable gameplay-wise, like no ridiculous balance overhauls or anything, and gets a little more endgame content, I think it'd be cemented as my first place. If Wonderlands was to stay exactly how it is right now and never change, it would be my second place. So. Isn't Flygon and Vibrava already Bug Dragon? Flygon is Ground Dragon. Vibrava's Flying Dragon. The neuron activation from that long Dreadwind is fucking unmatched. Can't beat it. Sweet kitty cute. Ooh, it was a 564k Dreadwind pick. That's pretty nice, considering Dreadwind hits 4 times a second. I never remember where the third skull container on this map is. I think it's active. Oh well, I don't care that much. To be honest, all 3 look cute. Yeah. Catch up on chat a little bit. What melee weapon would you recommend for your Ghostblade Clawstalker? Any particular element? I think use Shock Snake Stick. That's exactly what I use for rolls. Yeah, I'd recommend a Snake Stick in your choice of Lightning or Cryo for soaked purposes. Ideally, you want to probably have both. Ancient Hilt would give you the most Ghostblade uptime. I just don't happen to have an Ancient Hilt one at Primordial. My Primordial one has Echo, so I'm willing to settle there. Totodile best starter for me till the end of time. Totodile is sick. I mean, Totodile has the glorious honor of being the only Gen 2 starter that isn't trash. Because Cyndaquil is literally knockoff Charmander. Like, its stats were just identical for like 6 generations. And then Chikorita's just bad. Dreadwind build looks so satisfying. It really is. It's very enjoyable. Cooldown's so quick. Yeah, we got a few sources of it, J-Bridge. It feels real nice. Can this trap hit me one more time? Thank you. Don't bonk me over here. The knockback. That's what got me there. Does Ghostblade scale off ability damage in melee? No, just melee for Ghostblade. That is one of the reasons Dreadwind ends up doing more damage at peak to peak. Wish Dreadwind got knockback resist, that'd be nice. I would like that. If it looked like I didn't know where that container was, it looked correct. Someone forgot about that one. Talking about the grass starter, Rowlet's cool and never played Sun and Moon. I didn't like Gen 7, so yeah. Not for me. See, why do I keep getting Vorkanar? I played this build 3 times last night, and I got Vorkanar 3 times. I played this build twice this morning, I got Vorkanar twice. Gen 8 was probably the best gen. I think a lot of people would say Gen 5, Glenny, honestly. I'm kind of leaning Gen 5 myself. I didn't even play Gen 5 that much while it was new. I got stuck. Stuck. Gen 4 is the best. I really like Gen 4. There's not a gen I don't like except for 7. Like, I think they're all good except for 7. I messed up a lot on this fight. I kind of want to, you know, let's have a do-over. Let's do-over. Do-over. Gen 8 was a lot of fun. Wild Area was great. I love Wild Area. So, like, Mega evolves more than Gigantamax? Yeah. I do too. Rowlet's one of the coolest starters ever, but Sun and Moon kind of sucks. It's the worst IMO. It's the one I wanted to like the most going in. Sucker for tropical environments. Yeah, it was just the pacing was so bad. I was insanely bored for the first 2 hours of the game, and I never got past it. Whereas none of the other gens did that to me. Synchronized Dreadwind sounds pretty cool. I'm glad you like it. Team Aqua and Magma are a bit of a refresher than Rocket. Yeah, I like Team Aqua and Magma. There we go. That's the one spin. There we go. Much cleaner Vorkanar. See, I reset for a reason. That's what it looks like when I do it correctly. Able to add Dreadwind early? Yes. Yes, you are. You do get a portion of the cooldown refunded if you end early. So there's reasons to end early, and there's reasons not to. Kirk. If you end it early, you get your cooldown back faster. But if you don't end it early, you get more of this enchant. You get more movement speed. So, it's a balancing act. Love melee builds in this game. Me too, brain farts. There's so many cool ways you can do them. Some mons are just OP with their megas. Kangaskhan says hi. Mega Kangaskhan was the dumbest shit. Oh, that was so broken. I love it though. Gen 2, 4, and 6 are my favorites, but I don't dislike any. Yeah, I have a huge nostalgia thing for Gen 1 and 2, even though Gen 1 was not exactly well designed and Gen 2's post-game and scaling were not exactly good. I still love them. I think Gen 3 was where Pokemon hit its stride. And then Gen 5 is where it went, like, next level. Gen 4 is my baby. Gen 4 is great. You have Sturdy, it'd be bad if someone would hit twice. Yeah. Morning, Paul. How you doing? I know you started this build as alternative to Alchemical Agent. Do you think this is better than Stab, or Stab would be better? Stab would be way better, Rune. The reason why Stabbo would be better is the long Dreadwinds wouldn't really matter. Well, one, you could free up this enchant with no, like, lost sleep or anything. But you get the same movement speed. You get more melee formula. You lose the ability damage, but you can make that up. And you get Alchemical Agent. Dreadwind takes 4 times per second. My crit chance currently, unbuffed, just hanging out with bad kind of crit chance stuff, is 33.5%. So, mathematically speaking, I'm getting at least 1 Alchemical Agent trigger per second. At least 1. And you saw on one of those ads, I was hitting 500k plus Dreadwind ticks. So, yeah. Yeah, that's like a lot. It's a lot of damage. So it doesn't matter that you only get, 6-second Dreadwinds on Stabbo. You could just, honestly, Dreadwind for 1 second and then stop. And then Dreadwind for 1 second and then stop. It's just going to be way more damage. However, I like long spins. I get to use Dreadwind more in mobbing with Berserker Capstone. Now, if we ever get 2 more skill points, or a way to boost Alchemical Agent with armor, then it's over. Dreadwind build diversity dies right there. Because it just becomes Frost Shiver. You take Blood of the Fallen, Alchemical Agent, you win. You win the game. So that's one of the many reasons I say 2 skill points would kill this game, in terms of build diversity. Blastoise now has a single on its back. That's the Mega one. Hey, Rabbit! Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, Glenny. Hello, Mr. Green Man. How was Div 2? Over in Cheese's stream this morning, we were marveling at your hours in Div 2. And honestly, watching Cheese play some of that, I might try Div 2 sooner rather than later. It looks fun. It really does look fun. Hey, Daisy. Running the same 2 builds as me, excited to watch this stream. Let's go. Sword and Shield's the only game I ever got so bored and sick of that I returned to the store. I really like Sword and Shield. Still addicted, preparing for raid day tomorrow. Nice. Would the Hellion work or too gimmicky? You could shoot a Hellion here. You have all the necessary pieces to give the Hellion, like, a good formula. Got Amnesia, you got the movement speed to give it max projectiles. Like, it's all there. Only thing is, this isn't a gun build, so I'm not really gonna bother. But if I had, like, a really well-rolled Hellion right now, Bee's Knees, yeah, I'd probably equip it over the White Rider. Love when Dreadwind could prog Blast Chill. And I think it was justified making it so that it can't, because that gives, like, actual melee attacks their own sort of area. A thing that only they can do. I mean, other than hilt mods. Dreadwind has a lot going for it already. It really doesn't need that Blast Chill. Because you saw how fast Vorkanar died. Now imagine if I had gotten a Blast Chill on any of those ticks. It would have one-shot him. It was one-shotting when Dreadwind could do that. This is a really good Sharks main. I think I have to take that. I have some good Cannonballers I got while rolling for a Twisted Illusion. I think I banked most of them, but I guess I sell this one. Pretty sure this is a low roll for Primordial. Amnesia with area damage and double knot. Yeah, I did pick that up, didn't I? I picked this one up because 4 Iron Squall is interesting, but I don't really think that's super Amnesia relevant. I don't know, maybe I keep it. See, I'm a hoarder, I can't get rid of shit. That can go. That could go too. I have a question. Is there a doc for Wonderland's builds in the work? You're all waiting to find the limits of what's possible. Waiting, Rohit. The game is still changing a lot. Or Resolve, sorry. I don't know why I said wrong R name. The game is still changing a lot. So a lot of things don't have a good shelf life. For example, we were discussing the Blast Chill and Dreadwind changes. For the first few weeks, Dreadwind could trigger Blast Chill, as could Ghostblade and all that other stuff, but now it can't. So the game's still changing very frequently. Most likely, build docs will enter a more focused planning stage after the DLC season, and after we get the 7th class. That'll probably be when we ramp that up. But keep in mind that BO3 build docs did not reach the form that people are familiar with until 9 months into the game. And then even then, some of those docs did not reach their more familiar forms until later. Like Joe Furlong and Ancient Rune overhauled the Zane doc when they got control of it. And this was, shit, maybe like another 8 months, 9 months, 10 months after that. If not longer. Trying to make Ghostblade build. Ghostblade's really fun. I really like Ghostblade. Hey Freeze, how you doing? Welcome in. Cheese, good to see you. Ability damage paradigm, buff blast gas. Yes, Al, yes. I miss caffeine. I can't function as a speaking person in the morning without it. Yeah, I did Div 2 and had some laughs with mom coming on stream. Helped me guess countries since we did some GeoGuessr name countries quiz. That sounds cool. Rabbit's mom's like the funniest fucking person alive. I'm just lurking, don't mind me. I appreciate the lurk. And I want a melee damage ring with just like 2 duration passives. That's what I want. Just 2 duration passives. Preferably at a chaos tier. Melee damage, melee crit chance, melee crit damage. Volatile. That's worth picking up. That's a lot of pistol crit on this one. I think that's overstating it, Freeze. Call it house cleaning. Something that anyone who's not super familiar with me should know, and this is the only time this stream I'm gonna address this. If I think you're doing something shitty, I will tell you. Like, I don't pull punches or anything, you know. I like to surround myself with good people and a good community. And, dishonesty, shady behavior, that kind of stuff just doesn't sit well with me, so I don't abide by it. That's all. Also, other assorted statements that I know are going to boil some blood. Trans rights are human rights. Pride Month is awesome. Black Lives Matter. You know, there's a certain type of person in the community who is annoyed by those statements. And that's the kind of person you see at the heart of drama. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah, I saw that rabbit. Sister was gonna go to a pride parade today, just scared how people would act there, so she didn't go. I'm glad she's being safe, because, yeah, it's not fucking safe out there. But I'm horrified that your sister has to even think about those kinds of things. You're saying that people are valid? I am. Pretty fucking childish of me, huh? Special event with my mom sometime soon on stream. Ooh, let me know. I'll try to budget my time. I mean it when I say that Rabbit's mom is like one of the funniest fucking people, chat. There was one time Rabbit was playing some horror games in Discord, and his mom entered the room and he screamed so loud. Who else was there? I think it was me, it was Lazy, it was Chrome. But it was the funniest shit. It was the funniest shit. Trans men are men, trans women are women, you cover the rest? Yep. What do you guys think of Wonderland? Is it as good as 3? I think once it has more DLC, it can be as good or better than 3. I agree, Freeze. I agree. I think if we were to look at the state of Wonderlands right now versus the state of BL3 after almost 3 years, which I don't think is a fair comparison, but if we were to do that, then yeah, BL3 remains my favorite. But if you look at BL3 at month 2 and Wonderlands at month 2, Wonderlands wins by like a landslide. So if this game gets the kind of, you know, tender love and care that that BL3 did, then, oh yeah, easily this game, easily. But I love killing Grave Ward. 2 months in, BL3 was, you killed Grave Ward to gear up for Slaughter Shaft, and if you were feeling nasty, you went and killed Haunt. That was month 2. That was all you did. Meanwhile, in Wonderlands, Chaos Chamber has a lot more variety than that. Seen the Hammer and Anvil build where you don't shoot anything? No, but enlighten me, that sounds fun. I do like that ward. It's a cool concept. I do like non-shooty builds, Thermal. What's happening in the world of Quag Slaps the Chambers? We're doing a pretty cool Dreadwind setup, Sinju. We're using Shrikes, Guns with Wings, to apply melee crossbolts while we spin, and then we're using an Amnesia to get a bunch of movement speed and damage for while we're spinning. Make it a Berserker build, Frost melee build. I don't know how well it'll be make my own build. Making your own builds is part of the fun of this game, this kind of game, Freeze. And just experimenting with different concepts. Even if the first iteration of the build, even if the build concept doesn't work, you'll still learn something in the process. That's one of the many things I love about build crafting. Like, not all my build ideas pan out, but I enjoy trying. And it makes the occasional success like this that much more enjoyable. Think they'll give some love to Novas at some point? I certainly hope so, please. I hope so. There were a few issues with the implementation of Mayhem scaling in BL3, but the concept of Mayhem scaling itself was not inherently a bad one, because a lot of the things Mayhem scaling applied to was necessary to make them relevant. Things like Nova Shields, which were, you know, sure, a little too relevant, but that could have just been could have given them less scaling. But scaling isn't inherently bad. Just some of the things that scaling was applied to, questionable. Moses' bonus elements, for example. Short fuse, Amara's indiscriminate, you know, all that stuff. I just played that horribly, to be honest. Mushroom, I need you. Did Mal 1 Takedown come out in month 2 patch? That's Wonderland's most fun I had with the Gearbox game. So if we were to go 2 months from launch day, that would put BL3 about a week before the Mal 1 Takedown patch. BL3 launched September 13th, 2019. Mal 1 Takedown was, I want to say, November 19th. So yeah, we're past the threshold of that now, I think. My math is correct. Updates, remember all that stuff. BL3 is a huge part of just my identity as a creator. BL3 is big for me. It came out at a time where I had a lot of personal stuff going on, so I sank a lot of time into the game even before I got into content creation. It was just a much better outlet for some shit that was happening in my life than other things. So the game means a lot to me on an emotional level. But also, I went on during that game's content cycle to get into content creation, so I remember dates and times and things like that. Guys think BL4 is happening or being worked on? A few times Randy, Gearbox CEO, has mentioned specifically that they're working on, quote, the big one, which anytime he said that, he usually means a numbered Borderlands title, usually. So, I think it's being worked on. But nothing formal's been announced. Gets me hyped? Yeah. I wouldn't expect it soon, because, you know, we got Wonderlands this year. So, I'll probably start keeping an eye out for it, like 2024, most likely. If I'm being realistic. Maybe 2 years away? Yeah. Borderlands 3 Bob Nick Flags Channel, Flag Channel brings me happiness. I appreciate that, Sinju. Glad to have you be part of things. Spinning through these is so satisfying. And then Blood of the Fallen gives you back to Dreadwind instantly. You just melee spec with Hammer, Anvil, Corrupted Plate with melee rings. Ah, Corrupted Plate mail, does that give you, an extra hammer? Or is it just for the healing? See it after the run? Yeah, absolutely, Senju. Absolutely. So do you have, text-to-speech active? Not at the moment, OGK. I might? I don't know. What's up? I have it turned on for some things, turned off for others. Ancient Frying Pan, nice. Also, hi, how you doing? It's gonna be a smartass. If it's for a resub, it'll work. Yeah, I have that turned on. This game using Borderlands 3 engine? Yes. It even uses Borderlands 3's, like, part set. So, for example, a Black Powder Kettle Drum shotgun is literally part for part a Jacob Stagecoach shotgun. It's the same exact thing. But I think that's smart reuse of assets, because we still got a lot of new stuff. Without them needing to reinvent the wheel, you know? I just hope when he says the big one doesn't mean the end of Borderlands. I doubt they would end it. Like, Gearbox has to know that Borderlands is what they are most known for, right? Like, there's no way they decide to call it quits with that. Hey, for the 17 months, OGK. I appreciate it. 5 PM in Amsterdam, can run to the store. Stay in the stream though. Shoot back 15-20 minutes. Sounds good, Freeze. Thanks for hanging out. It'll happen. It's on a delay because Stream Elements hates me. Should. Maybe it won't. I don't know. I could attempt to read it if it doesn't. How you doing this morning? I'm doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. Enjoying this build. Enjoying my community. Feeling pretty good. How's things on your end? Oh, the worst bloody nose of my life. Ooh. Is it, is like a temperature one, Irish? Like pressure, you know, air quality, any of that stuff? Because I get those sometimes. I guess text-to-speech fucked off. I'll attempt. Probably pressure and dryness. Sorry. That's me reading OGK's resub. I wish you could jump a little bit higher. So that I feel a heart rate in my nose. Damn, dude. Yeah, keep an eye on that, please. Like, if it doesn't stop, maybe go get some medical attention for that, if you can. Imagine BL4 with Chamber. With Chamber can get any boss named enemy from any lands game. With another run you can do is just random raid boss from any game. That'd be nightmarish to balance, please. I'm gonna be honest. And personally, I'm always a proponent of new things. Make new things. Remember, if they had not adopted the approach of making new things rather than old things, we would have gotten more Son of Cromorax and less Wotan the Invincible. Because Son of Cromorax is just a worse version of the Cromorax fight, and Wotan is an original idea that even people who don't like Borderlands 3 like as a boss. Looking at text-to-speech, just need to be type just talking, continue playing my game. Yeah, that's the thing. Some people do that. Wotan's my favorite boss of all time. It's definitely my favorite Gearbox boss. Okay, chat, what the fuck? 3 runs, 3 Vorkanars. What's happening here? Why is it just Vorkanar? Game has it out for you. Well, Vorkanar's an easy boss on this build. It's a fun showcase. He likes you? Apparently. Apparently. That horribly. Throw strikes, this will heal the pet. I messed up that second phase. It's fine. You like you or like you? Could be both, honestly. Just not my run. I'm getting hit by a lot of stuff that I should know better. Oh well, we did it. You saw how clean the first phase was, though. That's what matters. The grandson of Cromorax, yeah. What I think could happen is they continue the Borderlands series and develop new campaigns, different support players in Wonderlands. Yeah, I definitely think they'll be doing more Wonderland stuff with how well it's been received in terms of bringing in new players. Of course, there's, you know, the self-identified superfans who are inherently toxic and don't like new things. They exist, but Numbers don't lie with how many new players Wonderland's brought in. Should I build? Yes. Wife's now harassing me. Knowing you, what'd you do? So, I got a lot of Butt Stallion boost right now. Basically, Butt Stallion's boosting Blood Frenzy. I only have 1 point here. Boosting the Old Ways, I only have 5 here. And Butt Stallion's also boosting Savagery. I only have 2 here. But we go down to Windrunner in Spore Warden. We pick up Bounty of the Hunt for cooldown. We pick up Affinity for ability damage, which Dreadwind gets. We pick up Medicinal Mushroom for some nice quality of life. And we pick up Windrunner for movement speed. Because we're wearing an Amnesia, movement speed is damage. Also, movement speed lets us access things easier and spin, so it's good for that too. Nothing this time, I swear. Over in Berserker Tree, we take Unyielding, because healing in Dreadwind is very important. We take 2 points of Savagery to move down the tree. Max Icebreaker, max the Old Ways. These are just very good damage skills. Pretty much every Berserker build is going to max these, honestly. We max Instinct, because we swap weapons a lot for various debuffing and throwing of guns. So the swap and reload speed helps a lot. It was just a cherry airhead. How you doing, Wench? Good to see you. Cold Snap, Frost Efficiency, means we get more value out of Icebreaker, and it's also... see, there it is. And more movement speed, more better. We got Unarmored Defense, which makes us tankier. It also makes our Bad Egg easier to break, and we get huge damage for having a broken Bad Egg. 1 point Blood Frenzy for Enrage maintenance. Now, our Dreadwind cooldown is short enough that we don't ever lose Enrage anyway, but it's nice, and also it's a little heal. Max Ancient Fury, because area damage is in Dreadwind's formula, and this is one of the very few places to get that stat. We have Relentless Rage for quality of life, we have Blast Chill, and 1 point Iron Skull, because we do swing our melee weapon for a filler and for Ancient Hilt. And then Blood of the Fallen, to extend Dreadwind and reduce its downtime. Healthy marriage, loads of harassment and love. Love to see it. Hero stats, we max Strength, max Dexterity, and put the rest in Constitution. Constitution is very high value on Unarmored Defense setups because bigger ward equals much bigger health, and Constitution boosts both of those things. So, in terms of the crit stats, Dexterity is not a hugely impactful hero stat to stack, but considering how often Dreadwind ticks, even a little more crit consistency is nice. And then, of course, crit damage is always good. We don't need more skilled cooldown here because we have so many sources already. In terms of gear, I'm using a Volatile Lightning Banshee. This is second highest damage roll. This enchant is a fresh multiplier for Dreadwind, so if your Dreadwind has ever felt subpar, get this enchant. It's instantly just way more damage against targets you need it against. Ancient Hilt helps our downtime. Lightning is nice because of Soaked. Got just rings with melee and ability damage and various good stats. Nothing in particular here. I'm still farming for these. We got a Bad Egg with the Dreadwind enchant. You could go with the low health enchant instead for more healing. But Bad Egg gives you a huge fresh multiplier to your melee damage while it's broken. Also, it's a dark magic bonus element on top of that and some movement speed. So it's everything we want here. The dark magic will help us heal a tiny bit. The movement speed is more, movement, but also more damage for our Amnesia. Amnesia gives you more damage based on how much movement speed you have. It's not how fast you're going, it's how much movement speed you have. And this damage type is all damage. So it's the global one. The one, if you get all damage on armor or amulet or from an enchantment, it's that. And Berserker and Spore Warden don't have those boosts at all in skill tree. So this fills a neat little gap in the formula. And then Fortifying Sigil for damage and healing. I have a Barbaloade right now because the Shrikes that I'm chucking for melee crossbolts while I'm spinning, the drones will apply these crossbolts to enemies, which is huge damage increase. I can use Dreadwind to do Barbaloade ricochets. That's the build. Should you go attunement and Constitution more? No. Like I said, my cooldown is already very short. If I cancel Dreadwind, This is how fast my cooldown is. It's about 7 seconds. That's without getting any kills, that's without hitting anything with an agent hilt, that's without having my kill skills active. My cooldown's already plenty short. And the value I would get from putting more points into attunement would be less than this skill, which is already not very impactful. So I get much more out of damage. Trying to get a bunch of friends who bought Wonderlands into other looter shooter BL3 genre, peeps to co-op with, seem very reluctant to invest brain power. How'd you convince them? BL3 builds documents. There's one for each character, there's lots of different builds, so you could have them read through, like, build concepts and see if any of those strike their fancy. Like, they don't necessarily need to, you know, use brain power to craft any of the builds. There's lots of already crafted builds out there. More new Mex Ben. How you doing? Notice you playing on PC, you get a description of your buffs and curses in Chaos Chamber. Don't get those on Xbox, it'd be kind of nice to know what's going on. It's a menu setting. Yeah, Alan Per. Where is it? Is it gameplay? Yeah, you want to have tutorials on. If you don't have tutorials enabled, you don't get those tooltips, even on PC. Also, Borderlands has explosions of colors. That it does. That it does. Sometimes I can't really start. What tooltips? Description of curses you take. You get a helpful text pop up on the left side of your screen after you take a curse or a buff or something in Chaos Chamber, but that doesn't appear if you don't have tutorials enabled. Took a page out of your book and name our cat Fred. Now people look at us like we're crazy when we tell Fred to quit hanging on the screen. Cats with human names. This is the best. Gearbox should have had it so there was an animation of us petting the barf bunnies before they peek out the loot. As cute as that would be, I think people would be annoyed if that animation took longer because of that, you know? Full name is Frederick McGeorge. He's Irish. Love it. Does he meow in an Irish accent? All black cat? All black cats are so cute. Sneezes. Allergies. Ugh. But I like annoying people sometimes. Time not spent shooting things is time not well spent in lands games. I disagree. If you can make a build that requires no shooting, it's such a flex. OGK can tell you. He's a fellow Void Rift enthusiast. My gunless flak build in BL3 uses the Void Rift and just kind of memes the whole game. It's a huge flex. Primordial Broadsword. It's trying. Shield's definitely up there. Thanks, I'll check to see if it's, I don't remember turning off Bad Brain, you know. I think it might be off by default. I don't remember. But yeah, it's a common problem. It's a common problem. I'll just play some flat today. I've been considering playing some BL3 lately. Okay, let's try to get not fucking Vorkanar, please. The launcher of the machine. That was an anchor. It's a quest reward. The anchor's good. I still have plans to do an anchor setup. It's just, I've been distracted by other builds. Just pictures in your animals channel? Alright, let me check that right now. How many Vorkanars we've gotten? That's 3 so far today. 3 runs, 3 Vorkanars. We've not gotten a different boss yet today, Irish. It's summer, so I don't have as much time to game with work, yard work, and harass my daughters, on occasion my wife. Let's see. Where is it? We have a pet pictures channel in Discord, by the way, chat. That's where I'm checking right now. Cute pets. Aww. Allergies go nuts. Hang on. Yeah, my cat sleeps next to my pillow, so I get his hair all the way up in my nose, and then for like the next 5 hours or so, it just, ugh. But yeah, as Sinju said in there, cute as hell. Cute as hell. Amazing. Well, see ya, thank you. I got Vorkanar every extended run yesterday? Interesting. Morning, Sen. How you doing? Could be bugged? I know Lazy had a long stretch of, like, he just had Chums and Banshee only for, like, an entire stream. Did not get any other bosses. So maybe that's the thing. Hey Gator Paul. About to head home to do some yard work now myself. I should probably look at the grass, honestly. Probably cutting time for that. It's growing so fucking fast lately. Okay, so that was the Barbaloade from the Dreadwind one-shotting that Evil Eye Crab, chat. That's why we use Barbaloade. we ricocheted with Dreadwind to one-shot an Evil Eye Crab. An elite Evil Eye Crab. Spin to win. I'm a Moa, need to work on my tan, you get kid duty. Seems like a fair trade. I'd argue OGK wins. Buy you a Whopper? Can you buy me a Whopper? I'm hungry. And I'm never hungry in the mornings. Wait, why am I hungry? That's nice. I have an appetite today. Hey, OGK, thanks for giving us up to watch. I appreciate it. Thank you. Got a big bowl of spaghetti today. Let's go for some spaghetti. What am I gonna have for dinner today? Shit, I forgot to take out anything like a protein to defrost. I think I have some chicken in the freezer. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. Any suggestions, chat? What am I gonna have for dinner? Last night I made ramen with strips of steak. It was pretty good. I would actually chill here this morning. Work doesn't allow use of cells. I'm happy to have you around. I missed it. What are your options? I mean, I have a fair amount of options. It's a nice day, so I could go to the store and acquire some stuff. I like cooking myself. Takeout is an option as well, but I do like cooking. I'm a pretty good cook, but stuff. Nachos? Hey Raptor. Tacos or pizza are always a good answer. Haven't had tacos in a minute. Tacos actually sound pretty good. I think I might have some ground beef. No, it's frozen. No, shit. I could buy more. Well, maybe I do some shrimp tacos instead. Shrimp tacos? think I missed a message. What makes Shrikes different from Pixies? Do they apply crossbolts? Yes, Panther, they do. They do. Saw a run Lazy did with all elite rooms and all 4 raid boss, ended up with almost 27.3k crystals for the chest I was floored. Yeah, you can get a lot. If you get a lot of curses, and you get the hard difficulty curses that give you even bigger percentage increases, do all the elites, do all the raid bosses, you get a lot of crystals. There's apparently a cap of 36,000 and change that you can get before the chest. You can get more after the chest, but for some reason the game caps you at like 36k. So it's interesting to think that if we get a chaos cap increase at any point, which they've said we will, you think we can hit the cap at that point with like an all elites extended max curses? Interesting thing to consider. From scratch tacos are amazing, you get leftovers for tomorrow. Very true. I could make a lot and then just have leftovers to pull from. Can an enemy, like, come in here? I'd like to do the bonus objective. It's not gonna happen now, but... Unless they raise the cap, the next cast level increase. Yeah, maybe. Who knows, we might get cast for you next DLC. I don't think they'd only increase by 5, you know? I feel like it'd go to 50. Because a 15 increase is what they did before. I could see them doing it again. And yeah, we have no idea when that might be. I have to go to the bathroom. Coffee just suddenly hit me. Peer review, 1 second chat. Little bladder. Yeah, you got me, New Mexican. I used the litter box. Let me check and see how that high tweet did. There's a lot going on in my feed, huh? It's always interesting seeing people who follow me talk shit about me. Like, why do you follow me then? If you don't like what I have to say, like, tune out. Weird. You post a high tweet, what do you expect? People like saying hi back? No, other stuff. OGK. I liked all the high stuff. Ooh, that was a big blast chill. I wonder what that value was. Oh, so I just had a thought because of that blast chill. And if anyone knows the question, the answer to the question, feel free to hit me with it. Do you guys know if Blast Chill is determined per swing or per enemy hit? So, like, if you were to hit 3 enemies with 1 swing, could that, in theory, be 3 Blast Chills? Because if so, Singularity Blast Chill build. And that sounds fun. Sorry to hate this medication. I hope it gets easier for you, Robin. People love to hate watch. Yeah, like, thanks for the ad revenue. I don't know what to tell you. BL3 keeps crashing every time I quit and tries to reconnect the servers. BL3, stability, they don't really speak. Twitter waste of time? Yeah, Viking, but unfortunately, it's an important... Social media is an important thing in the arsenal of a content creator, you know? Helps give you more reach, helps people find you. I wish I could not, but harsh reality is when this is my primary income, there's some shit I just gotta put up with. I think it's per hit, can't confirm. Yeah, based on how it worked with the Banshee before the Blast Chill change, I think it's per hit because you could, in theory, see those Banshee projectiles in the background? Those could Blast Chill before as well. So I want to say it's per hit, which means there might be an advantage to using a Greatsword and grouping up enemies as tightly as you can for more Blast Chill consistency. But that's something I haven't done anything with. Test that tonight? Thanks, son. Not for me as a person. Yeah. Definitely better for your mental health, Viking. I applaud your decision. Singularity spell might be fun. Yeah, there's Singularity spells, there's Singularity sigils. Something I was thinking about is, so the Frostburn unique is a combination of Vigilant and Rebuking Sigil, and it's the only sigil in the game that can get multiple charges. We could get a 2-charge Frostburn, use it to vacuum enemies into one spot, and then we could run even the enchant that gives a spell charge back on melee kill. That sounds like a fun setup. Multi-using. This is Frostwilder. So, Spore. Spore movement speed. And my Amnesia happens to have points in Affinity, so I figured I'd take advantage for Dreadwind formula. Still super sad Wildfire combo doesn't do more. I think it's one of those things we're gonna have to find the niche for. Wildfire is awkward. It's got a lot of interactions, but not much formula. So we gotta figure out which of those interactions we can get more out of, you know? Like, I didn't think Dreadwind or Ghostblade were all that until I spent a lot of time with them, and I'm like, yeah, I like where these are. So I think it's just a mystery we haven't cracked yet, you know? Still searching? Yeah. Fun story, last night our oldest put her stuffed animal under the blankets to try to trick the Tooth Fairy into coming in before she was asleep. Worked, she got $10 for her trick. Kids are great. Kids are just funny. They do funny shit. Because they added shift accounts, shift rents on PS5, etc. Now it has to load. Ooh, it could be that. Yeah. Could be that. I didn't even think about that. Started using Grave Spore with a +6 win runner. Wow, that's a lot. And selected Amnesia, using Reaper Bones to keep up Amnesia, and Red Hellion with all the Spore's gun damage boost. Does pretty crack damage, super fun. That sounds fun, Flint. Very run and gun, literally. Taking advantage of a lot of stuff that works well together. I like it. How's the uptime? Like, do you find yourself spending a lot of time reloading, or do you have a lot of mag size stuff to help? Cal wants to go out now. A LeChance! Not Vorkanar. Curse broken. Bit of mag size, like to get some range or something, shotgun reload speed. That makes sense. You tried, LeChance. You did your best, homie. Chartreuse. So do we just call him Chartreuse when we bully him? That just seems rude. It seems too informal. It's week 3 Imelda? Yes, yes. Week 3 Imelda is the least frustrating of the forms in my opinion. So that's a plus. Or like no chance, got him. Absolutely destroyed. I try using a lovable rogue. Why? Crit swapping. Crit swapping. Fun fact, crit swapping isn't a thing in this game. At least not in the same direct traditional sense. And I like it. I hope they use the Wonderland's approach to crit formula in the next mainline Borderlands game. Because it's a lot... It seems weird, but it's actually a lot more intuitive. And I like it a lot better. Borderlands games have a history of crit-related stuff being very, very overcomplicated. Wonderland's kind of changed enough that I like it a lot more, at least in terms of from a theory crafting angle. Something I was thinking about for this as well is I wonder if it'd be a fun meme to use a dark magic melee weapon and try to heal a lot off of that, but I don't know if that'd be like worthwhile. It's a huge damage loss. Borderlands damage math being needlessly complicated? Surely not. Never. Not in my lands games. Action skill duration, but it's on a shell casing. It's only one passive. It tried. Peg leg. Peg leg is sick. Ooh, you could use this, Flint, for more reload speed. Yeah, Kevin, I'm explaining. You get 40% for 10 seconds, just hitting once. Hey, Avi, how you doing? Good to see you. Crits outside hitting weak spots is something I'd like to see stay in all future content. Yeah, me too. Use it. Great minds. Great minds. Spell radius, melee damage, melee crit chance. It's trying. That ability crit chance, though. That's not it. That's not it. Let's keep going. So the formula is similar enough that I can just copy paste and change skill names. Yeah, I don't think they need to reinvent the wheel each time. Anchor again. Like a permanent Megavorb with lower chance. That's basically how it works. Except Megavorb was bullet only. And anything in this game can crit with the exception of Spore Fuse, Blast Chill, and Blast Gasp. So it's Megavorb but better. And scales up with, you know, stat investment. Just a better system. There was a lot of setup, but that was worth it for that spin. That was so satisfying. Super strong? Yeah. Need some advice. Do I farm for a consec hits or while fadeaway active 150 damage on my Monarch? I'd go consec hits, Viking, because while the fadeaway active one is a little bit more gun damage is a stat you already have a lot of, so the difference would be ultimately very minor. However, consec hits is going to give you damage outside of your fadeaway, whereas the other enchant won't. So it gives you damage all the time rather than sometimes, and it's almost the same amount. I mean, definitely hit there, for sure. Oh, standing on my head, sir? Okay. There's a lot happening right now. I guess trigger fire is not working right now. I did have to relink some stuff, Black Panther. I'll refund that once I get time. Because sound didn't play. Off topic, I watched the first episode of Obi-Wan and really enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where that show goes. I use my King and Queen's Call now. They're my favorite fadeaway. Going for fadeaway on those. Yeah, I think with those, it makes more sense to run a fadeaway active enchant, or anoint. Terminology confusion, because you're not really going to want to shoot those as much outside of fadeaway. So you're more likely to just switch to another gun, whereas something like a Monarch, you can just shoot all the time, you know? And still be effective. Especially Monarch being good at triggering head count to get back in fadeaway. So that all checks out. Man, you got me thinking about flak theory crafting. I want to play flak. Have my volume down for nothing. Yeah, I'll have to relink some stuff. Play more flat. We just gotta make more flat builds in Wonderlands. That's how we get the best of both worlds. Hope the next character they add is all about activating stuff, like how we had Asmoid. Yeah, something like that would be cool. Access to new interactions we can't do right now is the main thing I want to see from the next class. Because any, you know, like, hey, this class good at shooting guns, that's boring. We have one for each kind of archetype. I want something new. Maybe this one's like the item specialist or something, I don't know. In terms of like making wards and stuff do damage. Let's see, give me Primordial Liquid Cooling. I still haven't gotten one. Primordial times 2 Liquid Cooling, please, thank you. Sag. Hey CZ, how you doing? Cut my foot stepping on a pencil. Shit, are you okay, son? And also, how? As the interaction between Spell Sniper and Magic Bullets work, it doesn't. Magic Bullets just looks at your spell damage stat and applies it as a different multiplier to your guns. It doesn't look at crit, doesn't look at any of that stuff, doesn't look at your actual spell at all, it just looks at your spell damage stat, as in the, you know, if you get a ring with plus 15% spell damage, it looks at that. Alright, gotta head out, get things rolling for the day, we gotta do some shopping. Sounds good, OGK. Thanks for stopping in. Pleasure to have you. No! I'm a terrible fire friend. The Singularity Sigil. And call it Snare Trap build. Why are you like this? Why are you like this, Butter? Let's head out for like an hour or two, be back to stream. You're still streaming? Yeah, I'll be live then. Probably. Personally, I want a character with a long defensive action skill, maybe similar to Athena's shield. Love something that absorbs damage since enemy damage really high, increases the cast level cap. Yeah, something different. Something meaningfully different gameplay-wise. How's Berserkin going? It's going well, CZ. I'm really liking Dreadwind a lot more than I thought I would. And this is with me intentionally, like, not doing optimal Dreadwind. Like, optimal Dreadwind damage is obviously gonna be, you know, you go to tier 5, you get Alchemical Agent. You don't get the long Dreadwinds, but the damage is way higher. But I like the neuron activation of long Dreadwind. So we're throwing some strikes to apply melee crossbolts while we spin, using Amnesia, holding a 40% blade. It's a lot of weapon swapping, so it's very interactive. Does BL3 have sell all junk button? It doesn't. That was a Wonderlands thing. They introduced that in Wonderlands. If you mean the one outside the vending machine. There's an option inside, but not outside. You have to, like, actually go into the vendor UI. Also, how you doing, Cassie? Yeah, Wisp. A monk would be cool. Fucking zombie AI. Yeah, as for how this build's going, it's going well enough that we're able to do all elite chamber runs. With a melee build. Like, no live wire, no buffmeister, no spell shot. Just some good old melee. D. I was doing some chambers till I got Son of a Witch and Nightmares to log to BL3. Hey, you gotta do something you enjoy. So, if you weren't enjoying it, that was the right play. Hope we get a Barbarian. I kind of worry about too much crossover between a Barbarian and a Berserker, you know? Oh, another cool thing that happened with this CZ is we one-shot an Evil Eye Crab with a Barbaloade ricochet triggered by our Dreadwind. That was just funny. One-shot an elite Evil Eye Crab. Guess my next build's a spinner. Never change, New Mexico. Barbaloade, yep. Because the strikes are applying the crossbolts, so I might as well just use it anyway, right? Like, what else is gonna help me in that slot? Escape? Dragon Lord? No. I don't want Dragon Lord. What do I even do? Ugh. By the way, can you get Dark Magic Contagion procs? Yes. Yes. Yes, you can. I forgot to hit soaked on him. Damn it. That's why that did in 1 second. Got this asshole on a run. It's not a hard fight, it just takes forever. It's just annoying on melee. What happens if I spin these? Barrel Surge off the map. Damn. Oh yeah, I shouldn't have spawned there. Oh, and that bug is annoying. For some reason, my action skill and mouse forward keeps triggering when I don't want it to. Need to get it fixed. Is it your mouse button? My mouse 3 doesn't like me. That was a good spin. So, like, we do not lack for damage here. Ow. 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 I deserve that. That fight wasn't too bad. Honestly, better than I expected it to go. Bird that makes my bones hurt. Yeah, a little bit. Burr Claw, better gun build or melee? Hard to define better there. It can do both very well. Get those poison nodes, never see them coming. The hitbox is very unfriendly to being point blank. Like, even if you visually don't get hit by the attack, there's a range where it just hits you anyway. So for that Singularity Blast Chill setup I was thinking about, Plate Mail would be great there. Because that's 2 chances to Blast Chill per target. So if we swing the sword, hit 3 targets, it's a lot of potential Blast Chills. Sounds fun. Hey, Crook, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Is new shield available yet? Yes, yes, I got one from the wheel. Finally. I swapped from some Frost Shiver. Which action skill do I build around? Giving you way too much power. There's so many good options for Frost Shiver, though. Frost Shiver is optimal Dreadwind. Arguably optimal from the Shadows, because you could Blood of the Fallen from the Shadows. Maybe you do that. Stream went great? Hey, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. We're doing some Dreadwind stuff. It's going very well. In that case, does it actually give more spell damage? I haven't used it. I have not used it. So, I don't know. Does it look like it might not? Sorry, Wonderland's entered with BO2. Neat. A little variety is the spice. Says the guy who hasn't streamed anything except Wonderlands for 2 months. It's fine, I'm not addicted. Finish Executioner gun build. Nice. I want to work on my Executioner a little more. It's just, it's a little less interesting than other concepts I'm thinking about. So I've kind of put it somewhat on a back shelf. Playing Axton, much respect for that. I like Axton as a character. Looks like it won't actually boost your spell damage. Unfortunate. Does the other stuff work? Every day is variety day in the Wonderlands. Yeah. Cooldown and crit chance should work. So, Lich's Augur is such a weird situation, because the cooldown's like, okay, that's kind of cool for non-spell shots. Crit chance, spell crit chance is already, like, extremely easy to get. You don't even need to be a spell shot to get pretty easily 100% crit chance on, like, an Ice Spike. I don't really understand the point of the item. Like, the cooldown seems really cool for non-spell shot, non-Graveborn, but, like, also a bit awkward to get. I don't quite understand what it's trying to be. I almost want to pick up this greatsword. Because the same damage stats as what I'm currently using, just would give me the option to mess around with dark magic stuff. But nah. Wait for Primordial. Not that Primordial game, but thank you for trying. Not that one either, but thank you for trying. Companion crit chance is 25% per roll on Ring. That's funny. Shame that Companion crit chance is just kind of like not a useful stat, because the base is so low. It's my most fun build by far, and it melts. I only played Axton once ever, so I'm playing him for a second time. In my 9k build 2 hours. 9k. Impressive. Spell crit chance, ability crit chance, melee crit chance. Yo, I heard you like crit chance. I heard you like to crit. I am the crit commander. Crit swapping is interesting. I personally think crit swap is the opposite of interesting. It's like, yeah, that'll do it. When you give a gun that doesn't have a crit mult, a bunch of crit mults, it's not supposed to have. Yeah, that'll melt. Play the game 8 to 12 hours a day, 7 days a week since launch. Fair enough time. Yeah. Oh, I have over 6 in BL3, so yeah. You love a game enough, you'll put that kind of time in. Okay, I got a little room now. Hey, Lens Lifey, how you doing? Welcome in. Nice highlight, Viper. How we doing? Doing okay. Doing okay. Dreadwind's going well. Oh, hang on, I should spend moon orbs. I should spend moon orbs. Okay, that was fast. Good, had a few laptop issues, but all fixed now. Did you fix the caps lock issue? That one might still be getting you. But I'm glad you sorted out your problems there. Enjoy your alert, crew. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. Oh, sorry. Nah, you're all good. You're all good. Just messing with you a little bit as we do here. Great minds, New Mex event. Like I said, never change. I got my joke late. Sad through typing it. Critical Connoisseur, break it up. So break it up. This Critical Connoisseur will nerf Blast Chill. I don't want that. Played Fortnite, caps locks by sprint button. Ah, that would explain it. Yeah. Half through thinking it. I'm proud of you, Steve. Good job. Hear me out. Using Deadshot for the first time while leveling my Graveborn, but Skeep's skill with Sigil spawns Hydras. It's really good as it's just Sigil and Hydras everywhere. Gonna have to try that endgame. As I'm saying this, but it's just Spellshot made it good. No, that's a powerful combo. Like, each Frostburn you have, for example, in terms of the unique Hydra Sigil, each one is 3 Faithful Thrall stacks. So, like, up to a cap, of course, but you have 2 Frostburns out, that's 6 Thrall stacks. 6 Thrall stacked at 3 points is a lot of just global damage, which will assist in anything you want to do. Also, it's a lot of coverage against projectiles. Oh, I didn't play that well. Mushroom, revive me. Almost did. Oh, and then, okay. This is why Instinct is good, because we shuffle weapons a lot. There's a lot of swapping of weapons involved in this build. Another monitor today. Nice. Nice upgrade. So cheap warplane spell shop, I'd have to change early. Like, if you can find a setup that's interesting enough to be enjoyable, spell shot can still be fun, even with the very high level of power. Being strong isn't inherently boring, it's just depends on how active your playstyle is and how much you had to work to put together that build, and how unique it is. There's still spell shot setups I find interesting. Like, my launcher build takes spell shot capstone. And that's still interesting to play. And ultimately, at the end of the day, even if it is boring, and you like it, just play it. Video games are for having fun. Well, my Polymorph Blaze and Calamity thing? Yeah. Polymorph Blaze and Calamity is, some Giga Chad shit. It's now Frostwilder. Yeah, doing Amnesia stuff. And Frostwilder gives access to Windrunner. Now, I know Haste is on the table, but I also happen to be using an Amnesia that has points in Affinity. So I figured I'd take advantage and get the ability damage from that. And also have Pet Revive. Frost Shiver is definitely still optimal Dreadwind. I think the pecking order of second class for Dreadwind in order goes Stabomancer, Spore Warden, Clawbringer. I would not really use Graveborn as a second class for Dreadwind, and you know, we know Spell Shot is just kind of cracked at everything, so that's not interesting. I start a new character for dedicated Dreadwind stuff. This looks fun. I'll go through the builds and stuff after the run Viper. But we're doing all elite runs. Normal runs, not extended, but all elite normals is still pretty good. Ever played this Borderlands the third one, the second? Yeah, Wonderlands is it's Borderlands with the Borderlands not taken out, it's not the right word. They specifically didn't name it Borderlands so that they could get super experimental with it. So it's a fantasy setting, it's a lot different in content design, and it tries a lot of new things. But it still feels familiar. For example, if you liked Borderlands 3, there is a solid chance you will like this game a lot. It's got a lot of similarities. But ultimately, it's new, it's its own thing, and I enjoy it a lot. Ouch. Don't you run away. Fine, run away. It's like Borderlands' cousin who actually evaded some of the family dinners, doesn't need so much therapy. Oof. Oof. There's a quartz over there. Like, it escaped the hometown, went to uni, became more independent. Oh, that did way too much self-damage. I didn't mean to do that much. Tried to hurt myself a little. That did not go the way I planned. That's okay. Rolled my volatile Blazing Calamity with 2 charges, spellcast all damage, cracked. Nice. That sounds strong. I still have not gotten a Blazing Calamity with 2 charges. I need to keep an eye out. I have to start feeding spell bunnies for prior calamities. I already found a delusion, so that's checked off the list. Yeah, delusion's great because it's like one and done. You don't really care how much damage it does, what the parts are or anything. You just go for the item. Can roll 2 charges? Yeah, Blazing Calamity can roll multiple charges. I tried messing around with an Imminent Calamity with 2 projectiles, because that's the thing that you can get. But Imminent Calamities just seem kind of bad. I don't know why. Maybe it's their hitbox. Oh, that was a barrel. Moto, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I gotta fix something. Sorry for flashbang. That was rude. Flashbang out. Love for raining calamities to be good, they just don't hit anything. Yeah, you think radius is the answer for that? Kind of like how, to use lead sprinkler well in BL3, you needed radius. Maybe that's how you solve that. Thank you, Moto. I just wanted that first badge to show up on you. I appreciate you. It's just good to see it. Almost. One more tick would have done it. But one of the cool things about this Barbaloade tech is that if we fire off that Barbaloade ricochet and it kills something, Blood of the Fallen. Get ready for work. Finally not close it today. Hey, nice. Shield spell damage increase does work, but it's what magic bullets is to gun damage. It's an on-shot spell damage attribute. Does that mean it's a mult? Please say no. Fuck. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. I don't... No. No. Why? That's so... Why? That's so rude. Pain. For anyone who doesn't understand why I'm freaking out, basically what CZ is saying there is that the spell damage on the Lich's Augur, the DLC 2 shield, is a multiplier to your other spell damage. As if spell damage in this game needed to be stronger. But there you go. That's... My dream come true. Rohith, why do you spite me? So, yeah, yeah. Hey Don, how you doing? 25% of spell weaving is a lot. Yes, it is. So yeah, I guess Deadshot builds use that for sure now. We call this new type Pain, is what we call it. You could just call it Lich's Augur, like how Bad Egg has its own section. Sen, just give Lich's Augur its own section like Bad Egg. Within the spell formula. Yeah, Icebreaker as well. Light green. Beautiful. If anyone wants to see what we're referring to, the damage formula Google Doc is a product of a lot of work by Sen and CZ in particular, with some contributions by others, but those two did the lion's share of the work. Exclamation point damage. It's very helpful. Color-coded, very easy to read, covers almost every thing you'd want to do damage with. It's damage here, son. I know I'm a rebel. Melee damage, melee crit damage, action skill duration. That might be an upgrade. Nightbot, you awake? There it is. I should really make formula also call that, but low effort. Alright, so what do I lose here? I lose spell radius. I trade some ability damage for some melee damage. Considering how much ability I have from... I have a passive on my armor, I have myth rank, I have a ring, and I have 7 out of 5 affinity. Yeah, I think this will be an upgrade. When are ability damage rings good? They are useful for Blast Gasp. Depending on your multi-class, it could be justified to have one for Blast Chill. Tootherator! Tootherator! Let's fucking go! I wanted one. I wanted one for this build. Shark Lesson Ring too, that's cool. Doc updated, thank you, son, for all your hard work. So the Tootherator is great because it has 5% melee crossbolts that last 8 seconds, and it shoots 9 of them at once. Which is Augur with Fatebreaker, Bonyface's Soul. Getting the wards back isn't really the hard part, Butter. It's like breaking it without dying in most cases. I'm thinking Chillmonger, Amnesia, and then yeah, if you throw a Bonyface, it should heal to full with that. Morning, Tyrant. How you doing? Or Harbinger should actually work there if you have unarmored. That should be like full. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was rerolling this. What do I want to do with this Tooth Raider? I don't think the enchant on this matters. Yeah, I don't think the enchant matters. Oh, that's a good passive one to have. It's basically shoots teeth, see? But the spread in these teeth is pretty reasonable. It's not too hard to just do that and then spin. Tooth Raider works Barbaload too? Yeah. Would Paradigm look at the Lich's Augur bonus? That's a good question. Probably not. That's a good question. Dying to the traps. Do I have health bug? Why are they dying so easily? Yeah, this is health bug. They get one shot by a trap, that's a health bug. Like, no. Tell me what you want, what you really want. Tell me what you want, what you really want. You wanna see a spell buff, add spice to the misery. I don't want a spell buff. I don't want it. Can I return it? Little like a sickle with tighter spread? A little bit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That was a lot of cross bolts in that target. Massive overkill. You see that Barbaloade kill that enemy too? This build's feeling sick. It's feeling spicy. Fire pattern a smile? You know, that's a good question. It's an upside down smile. It's a frown. Yeah, I forgot what a frown is. It's a frown. Upside down smile, what is wrong with me? 530 featured today on Trap Scouting as well, just insane. The Dragon Lord featured? 530? That's impressive. Fuck the immune badass Cyclops. Me and the homies hate immune badass Cyclops. Yeah, you gotta go around them. Hit them from the side. Indeed, that's fast. Nice. It does bum me out a bit that fastest times aren't really interesting in this game, because they're inevitably Ruby, Spite, or Pixies. So I kind of judge on more of a build basis, but it's still cool to see what can be done, and try to get other builds as close to those kinds of times as you can. Melee Frostwilder sure is peak up. I knew you'd be into it. Did I get that? I did. I get that one. Didn't spawn. Okay. Cyclops room. Another nice thing about Amnesia is that while it's on, the strikes actually are pretty good at freezing things. Destroying elite crabs in 1 to 2 takes is real cool to see. We get Vorkanar and 1 Dreadwind per phase Viper, like a fast one. I'm hoping we get a good showcasing boss in this run. Wow. Having the crossbows from Tooth Raider makes such an immediate difference. Like, that's so big. Because I do have my strikes putting crossbolts in, but Tooth Raider immediately applying 45% debuff with 1 shot? That's like... that's real good. Do I make this character look like a Tooth Fairy now? Like, not the Tooth Fairy enemy, but just like a variation of Tooth Fairy archetype shit? We're playing the fucking Tooth Fairy, because we're spinning, we're moving around very fast, and we're shooting a Tooth Fairy. Jake going through it. How do you cancel Dreadwind? You just hit the button again. This is an awkward position to be in. Hey, Pico, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, that was a satisfying crunch. Thank you so much, Pico. I really appreciate that. That's super generous.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you for supporting me, the community, and the stream.
She's just a girl and
Not even a question. Alright. Love the community, love the content. Thank you so much. It means the world to me.
she's just a girl and she's on fire.
So, what would you guys do, chat, if a Fate Maker came spinning up to you menacingly with a massive greatsword, asking if anyone needs a Barbaloade? Just for scientific reasons. I accept death. Give hug. Same thing then. With a Fate Maker came off your face and suddenly be Beyblade. Let it rip. Meleeing while the mushroom revives you is kind of toxic, and I like it. Ah yes, Elite Hammerhead. Do you guys know about 45 Elite Hammerhead? I think the game wants me to know about 45 Elite Hammerhead. You can theme gift subs? That's awesome, Pico. I didn't know you could do that. How long has that been a feature? You enjoyed Ghostblade, you enjoyed Dreadwind. Now we bring you using your friend like a Ghostblade. Simply flick your fingers and your spinning friend shall teleport upon the enemy. I don't even know how to respond to that. The visuals are enough. Oh, that was unfortunate. Oh, my mushroom's down too. The crunch of hearing 4 bad eggs from one hit. Oh. So damn satisfying. Yeah. There's a bug in here, and I feel it. I can't see it, but I feel it. Oh well. Game devs be like. Get it? Get it? 'Cause... okay. If you're in co-op, one of you has Ghostblade, the other is Dreadwind, you just turn into that combo. True. Okay, Celissa. How to bug a feature. Should go okay. Well, that's phase 1. Cool, 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 cool. GG. Is the strike for flying melee crossbolts? Yes. See, Imminent Calamities look good. At Chaotic, 2 spell damage parts, you know, it's still less than 10-second cooldown, 2 charges, almost 2k base damage. With a 3rd part, it would be. But, like, they're not good. I don't know why they're not good. 0% crit chance probably hurts them a lot, honestly. I don't know why they're not good, though. The last blast chill. Dreadwind doesn't blast chill anymore. That's just Dreadwind's damage. Like, I don't have Alchemical Agent, Contagion, Blast Chill on the Dreadwind. It's just Dreadwind hitting that hard. That's the beauty of this setup. Honestly, think you should give the con a shot per suggestion. Single mag size passive means you can get 15 bolts, reload speeds, and much less awkward. But the one of the many reasons, other than the gun being a meme, Stone Swan, is if I was trying to crossbolt an enemy from like here, I can do that with a Tootherator. If I tried that with a con, the second one would just go wide. I'd have to like barrel stuff, which I'm a melee build. I can do, but I'm just using that as an excuse. Just don't use the fucking con. Yeah, we keep this Claymore around for Celissa, specifically. Imagine being able to pretend Blast Chill. Yeah. So, what do you guys think about Dreadwind damage? I was a little pessimistic in the face of the Blast Chill change, but I think ultimately Dreadwind is still in a pretty good place. Keep in mind, this is not even close to Dreadwind's peak power. It still triggers Alchemical Agent, so optimal Dreadwind damage is going to be Frost Shiver taking Alchemical Agent, and that'll be outright insane. But this is a duration Dreadwind build that's doing pretty good boss damage. Want to burn my Frostblood to do this? Hey, let's go. How are we ordering the action skills now? It's tough. I also think I gotta experiment more with Blizzard. Blizzard might be getting bumped up a little bit. Just a little bit. Hey, Perrick, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd stream go? How was art, etc.? What's that noise? Ah, thank you. Iron Draken, how you doing? This build's insane. You got another banger? Hey, thanks, Paul. Finish commission started something, oh no. Anytime you've got the with 3 H's and the ... Surviving and thriving. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. We spinning, for anyone just joining us. We got a pretty good Dreadwind setup going. Smash Hammers can get up to 1500 damage? Huh. Good for them. Good for them. That's like... Huh. That surprises me a lot. I learned something. Continue work in progress. Let me look. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. That's great. CV Skulldugger gets the homing bullets thing, the Atlas' manufacturer's not present. Oh, did they keep my beautiful Atlas? No. So, Atlas homing stuff has kind of been divided up. In terms of the alt fire to apply tracker darts mechanic, that has been put on a unique Stoker pistol. Vladoff, basically. And then the homing bullets thing is just something that, Skulldugger, which is COV. It's something that the crossbow barrel ones of Skulldugger just kind of do. So they're slower projectiles, but they home in. So there's still guns that have the Atlas feel, but Atlas itself is not present. Which makes sense, you know, lore-wise, I suppose, because this is pre-BL3, so Atlas isn't really on the map. As for the build, Cat Berserker down to Windrunner and Medicinal Mushroom and Spore Warden. Very slight Berserker overspec, but the important things to max are this row. We maxed Instinct as well because we do swap weapons a lot. Unyielding is great for the healing. Max Ancient Fury, max Cold Snap. Blast Chill is only 1 point, so we take it because we do swing infrequently. The 1 Iron Squall, you could move that if you don't want that there, honestly. I just have it there because some amount of swing speed is better than nothing, and if Butt Sally decides to boost it, then, like, cool, go me. Frostbite. High crit on this thing, 152%. I've wanted to mess around with this weapon for a while, but I don't know what I would do with it. Yeah, I can't really think of anything. Weird that I don't have an amnesia in order to get this really going. My amnesia is not really very good, J-Bridge. The ability damage is redundant with all the other ability damage I have. The gun damage doesn't really help the build and the ward capacity. I guess because of unarmored defense that makes me tankier, but that also lowers my bad egg uptime. And the skill distribution here isn't really ideal either. So this is just like an amnesia. It's on me.
I've run out of clever things to say, so I guess I'll restate a previous request for your consideration. I still miss Quagbra, and nothing has taken its place.
Maybe I rotate Quagbra back in for you, Insomnia. I'll have to take a look at the analytics and see what's not getting used. If I can justify it, I'll look at rotating it back in. I'll consider your request. I'll take it to my supervisor. He's a bit of a dick, though. Thank you so much for the 13 months. Now, how you doing? Frostbite plus alchemical for 2 status effect. The awkward thing about that, Viper, is even though the second part of its effect doesn't work, Storm Surge would be better at that, because it's got a much higher damage. So, like, I don't really know. It's got a slower swing speed, but much higher damage. Honestly, thought of Jake being supervisor. Tell him I said thanks to. Yeah, we'll do. We'll do. So yeah, J-Bridge, in terms of amnesias, I would honestly be better off using any remotely decent one with, volatile or better Berserker power, because the Berserker power increase would do more for my Dreadwind, right now than, like, anything my current amnesia is doing for me. Especially because Berserker power would also increase my Rage, so I'd just get a lot of damage off of more Berserker power. Let's fast room. No, not the best pilot, but C-35, Son of a Witch, man. It can be punishing, depending on your setup, Steve. Son of a Witch is one of those bosses that if your setup isn't just, like, really super cracked at everything, you're gonna need a bossing gun. Or you're gonna need a way to shut off some of his mechanics. If you have a sigil spell available, sigils block his skull attack, so the only thing you gotta worry about is the Nova attack, so it gives you a good damage opportunity. Also, if you are having trouble keeping up with the DPS rates on the birds, they get one-shot by any Furior Chuck direct impacting them, or the application of a Queen's Cry underbarrel, or I suppose other Stoker underbarrels would do the same thing. Because I know automatic darts do it, so Stoker underbarrels and Furior Chucks one-shot the bird. Hey Forward, how you doing? Out of the character creator, Trepidation Breeze is born. That does sound like a suitably fantasy character. Well done. Just can't kill it fast enough? Yeah, try, literally any Furior gun. Just yeet it right into the bird, so that the gun itself directly hits it. For some reason, that instantly one-shots the bird. Doesn't even have to be, like, an on-level one. It just kills it. Oh, jeez. Good to know, thanks. You're very welcome. Using Warrior Hilt or Ancient? I'm using Ancient at the moment. Warrior would be a shout. I could justify Warrior here. But Ancient does shave off a pretty significant chunk of my Dreadwind downtime. Warrior might be worth for that damage reduction, although I do have a lot of DR already. Like, I have the old ways, and I'm hugging enemies, so I do get that 40%. Warrior is more melee damage, so I suppose that would let me justify getting ability damage rings again. It's justifiable, Jaybridge. Aren't hurted for damage? That's true. So uptime is nice. But if you happen to get a Banshee for this, or like any two-hander for this, and it had Warrior instead of Ancient, I think that'd still be like a really good shout. You'd want Warrior, Ancient, Archmage. Any of those would be good for this. I wouldn't really recommend Rampage. Or Echo. Vampire would just lower your bad egg uptime. And Caustic wouldn't really do anything. Unless you want the Frost Shiver version, in which case Caustic could be good. Oh no, Fire Friend. I'm sorry. Obelisks on Dreadwind builds are so satisfying, as long as you can live. Need a little more duration. Yeah, another duration passive would put this in a real good spot. Dreadwind has a base of 6-second duration, so it's very awkward. You find yourself in a lot of situations where you almost have enough duration to kill something, you know? I have 11.9 increase here. Maybe I try out... I have other duration rings. Maybe I try running double duration ring. Sacrifice a little bit of damage. I lose crit chance here. I get crit damage, though. Are the strikes still damage source pistol? Probably, right? Like, crit damage probably helping them freeze things a lot. Spell radius makes my sigil wider, gives me more room to move. I have this one, but it's spell damage. I don't think that's worth. I have a wyvern ring. About Dragon and Ryan's oil and spice build? No. Actually, I think Dragon mentioned it briefly, but didn't elaborate. Let me try that. I do want more duration. Excited to use level 2 Dreadwind and have it drop off by level 3. Low level Dreadwind is definitely a bit yikes. You don't have any of the tools for investment, so it's just... why? Like, Amnesia turns on, and then Dreadwind's like, hi. Oh, Amnesia, Bad Egg. Some ability damage for the formula, some melee damage for the formula. That's real good. I hit that barrel. Low level Dreadwind is what turned me off to it, plus Barrel Search on. Yeah, low level Dreadwind is just legitimately bad. Kind of reminds me of Phase Cast in BL3. Amara's Phase Cast is like pretty trash in leveling. But then it gets so much better once you can actually invest. What's the use of Amnesia? Is it really irritating and dangerous? Massive amounts of damage. So, the Amnesia gives you your movement speed stat as the all damage stat. And it does not care how fast you're moving, it just takes the movement speed and gives it to you as all damage, as long as you've been hit in the last 3 seconds. It also gives you 20%. You turn on Mayhem that gets better, that's part of it, yes. So, like, Amnesia is a fuck ton of all damage. It's the biggest individual source of all damage not named Faithful Thralls. Now, if you're a Graveborn and or a Berserker, you have a lot of healing, so you can just kind of offset the damage from Amnesia most of the time. I almost never die to be Amnesia's effect. Almost never. That was a cursed crab that just came in to say hello, and we're like, no, goodbye. I do not get a fight on the ground. I don't stand in it. Like, what do you mean? I don't understand. Or sometimes I do. Sometimes I do let it hit me because I have a bad egg, so it helps me keep my ward broken for massive amounts of damage. Yeah, that's one of the very rare times Amnesia's downed me, but the room was over, so it doesn't matter. If your trick worked, you're a fucking legend. Hey, I'm glad it helped. Glad it helped. Fucking bug. Gah. Just don't care about self-damage. Self-damage can sometimes be helpful. Remember, Bad Egg gives you a huge melee boost while it's broken. And Amnesia helps me get there sometimes. Like, with Amnesia and Bad Egg active, Dreadwind is ticking for hundreds of thousands of damage on enemies that I haven't even debuffed yet. It's crazy good. I debuffed myself a little bit there. That's fine. A lot of weapon juggling. My mushroom's down. Also, it's a bonus element. That's one of the things Bad Egg does. Bad Egg gives you a bonus element and a melee boost. Bad Egg has a hidden function. Gives you a unique multiplier for your melee damage. And that is in addition to the bonus element. Anywho, we'll try and make builds work, get some rest, catch you on Monday. Sounds good, Rohit. See you then. Thanks for hanging out. A chance again. Okay, this. Lila chance. Also with Amnesia, you benefit from the Dreadwind and chant lasts for 10 seconds. Yeah. Have a great weekend. You as well. 11 minutes all elites with a Dreadwind build is like pretty good. Considering some of the times I just spent sitting on the ground trying to get up doing this. That's another reason swing speed is nice. It's the main way I get up. Split between melee and rings. I feel like I'd want more swing speed. Something you could do is, if you had area damage on armor, you could justify pulling points from Ancient Fury for Iron Skull. That's something I would do. But my armor does not currently support that. Gonna make some food, leave it on Lyric. Thank you, Farrak. I appreciate it. Thank you for the raid, and I'll talk to you later. How many points are you at to Spore? 19. I could drop some Windrunner or Medicinal Mushroom, but this is too nice to have, especially considering Fortifying Sigil and the Companion Heal reload enchant on my Fear Not. So I'm able to heal the Mushroom enough that he's pretty consistent about reviving me. So I wouldn't want to drop this. I could drop some Windrunner, but losing movement speed is losing damage. Additional 3 in Instinct too. Yeah, I have 3 in Instincts because I do swap weapons a lot. And 60% swap speed is very helpful for that. Because, like, I can do this. And that alone was a 45% debuff followed by a 50% debuff. That combination of swaps I did there. Speaking of Storm Surge, yeah, a non-chaotic Storm Surge is almost the damage of that chaotic Frostbite. And Volatile one is high. I hope they fix that. I want to mess around with that weapon. It's got a terrible swing speed, but it could be useful for something. It's a lot of melee crit chance. But while action skill's cooling down, I suppose that'd be better for my swings and my blast chills, but it's good enough to pick up. Ability damage with duration. Not chaotic. I suppose I should check this too, although I really don't think I have the money. A better fortifying sigil could be good too, honestly. Like better parts on it. Like mine right now is just cooldown and status. I could get more cooldown, I could get more radius. Yeah, I got some options there. I guess I'll keep an eye out. First stab gives Squall, and you don't exactly care for a multi-class power in any combos. I just want Burr primary, is the main thing, yeah. Burgrave gives Ancient Fury, depending on which way around you want to spend points. Burgrave also gives Unyielding, right? 3 Unyielding, 2 Ancient Fury sounds like a good spread. Just keep in mind that this currently is giving me 2 Icebreaker, 1 Cold Snap, and 2 Affinity. This is like good up top. The stuff at the bottom, not as good, but Unyielding Blast Gas. What class power would you care about for builds? Which builds? This build, just Berserker power, because Berserker power is Dreadwind damage and Enrage. Yeah, like Frostwilder armor is great. I'd say Frostwilder or Bereaver have like the skills you want for Dreadwind. At least for this kind of build. Like, optimal combo on this is most likely gonna be 3 Cold Snap and then 2 Icebreaker. Most likely. But it's really like any combination of skills on this multi-class for this armor, so this just makes it a good one to target. Felt a noticeable difference on Mushroom Survival without Spore Power. I suppose that is relevant, yeah, actually. Because 17% more mushroom health. Now, you could invest in Kindred Heart instead of Bounty of the Hunt, because 20% cooldown is not very impactful. Probably less impactful than getting 45% companion HP. So I guess if not using Spore Power, but still using Spore Tree, you'd go Kindred Heart. But I do like to think about these armors realistically, as in, like, okay, sure, this armor with this skill combination would be good, but can you feasibly get that while also getting it at a good chaos tier and with good passives? No, I think Frost Wilder would be the easiest one to farm for because there's no dead skills on that combo. Burr primary, Spore secondary. Whereas if you got the Bereaver combo, Blast Gasp ain't doing anything for you. Still looking for a Boilermaker? I got one, Rose, but thank you. I ended up getting the one I wanted. For anyone curious, Kettle Drum did end up out DPSing Boilermaker. But Boilermaker's more ammo efficient. These strikes are actually killing things. I don't know how I feel about that. I kind of want to, like, farm for a worse one, so that they don't kill as much. Is that weird? Warrior seems really good for melee. We went over this a bit earlier. Yeah, Warrior can be good. But keep in mind, Irish, don't make the same mistake you did before of taking too much of one stat. Melee damage is melee damage. Like, Warrior just gives you regular melee damage. Now, getting it from your hilt mod does give you the option to forego it in other places for different bonuses there instead. So it would allow me to, say, in this setup, I could use ability damage rings instead of melee damage rings, and have better overall formula for Dreadwind. But Warrior stacks on actual melee swings. It requires the actual swing for you to get the benefit. And swinging 10 times with a Banshee in this setup takes a bit. Or 5 times, however many it is. Still looking for a Warrior armor with 4 Savagery and 1 Blast Shell. Are you talking about Warrior armor or Warrior hilt? I think Warrior armor is I don't know the names. That's Birdclaw. I think that's Birdclaw. 4 Savagery, 1 Blast Chill. I assume you're not Clawbringer multiclass at all in that tenor. I'm gonna leap both the rooms, because I can. Just because it looks cool. We love Clawbringer. We do, content. We do. I am Hammerzerker. I would personally not really go for Savagery any more than I would go for Dragon Aura. I think Blast Chill is the only point that matters there. It's not necessarily Dragon Aura would be better, it's that Dragon Aura and Savagery are just kind of interchangeable in their value there, because you can just compensate elsewhere with your enchants or your other gear. I think the only point that matters there is getting the Blast Chill point, because the other 4 points are going to be some combination of Dragon Aura and Savagery, right? So if you only have to care about 1 skill point, then you could just get that 1 skill point, you know, look for armors with that 1 skill point, and then be able to move on to the stage of looking for passives and stuff faster, you know. It's noteworthy that Dragon Aura does get double dip in Blast Chill. It does. It does. But if you are, like, Hammerzerker, you're very likely already 5 points deep into Dragon Aura, so you already have, like, a good amount of elemental damage. But yeah, there's no wrong answer with that skill distribution as long as you do have that blast chill point if you're doing actual true melee. Back when I'm a lurk and play too. Sounds good, Freeze. Also, welcome back. Need to look for some more duration for Dreadwind. Yeah, I'm not quite happy with my duration yet. I don't think I'm getting good uptime with both these effects at the same time. And honestly, this is only... it's not much duration. With both conditions met, it's basically giving me another 2 seconds of Dreadwind, which is not a lot. Remember, even if you have 100% duration increases to Dreadwind, that only takes you to 12 seconds. So it's not really impactful until you have a lot of it. See, a little more would have gotten me to Tooth Fairy. Just like a little more. Where are you? Where's that satisfying sound come from? That's the bad egg. When your ward's broken, you get an extra sound cue whenever you do a melee hit that gets boosted by bad egg. It's super satisfying, isn't it? It's like, I like it a lot. Level 3, Brigand. One Brigand took a full Dreadwind duration. Yeah, that's sad. Does Bad Egg apply Dreadwind? Bad Egg applies to anything that deals melee damage. Anything that is a damage source to melee. Bad Egg goes on. So, Dreadwind, Storm Dragon's Judgment, Cleansing Flames, first hit. Ghostblade, Hammer and Anvil, Mace Wardew. The works. All of it. Snake Stick. Bad Egg gets slept on somehow. It's literally, like, one of the best wards in the entire game. It is so impactful damage-wise. And it does more than damage. It has multiple functions. It's great. Is the move speed from Bad Egg always on? Yes. And then on top of the big damage multi you get for melee, you do get that dark magic bonus element. It being dark magic specifically, it helps a little bit with healing, and it is a bonus element. Bonus element is nice to have. Bad Egg just does a lot. It doesn't necessarily need a Chaos tier. It's more optimal for your Bad Egg to not have a Chaos tier, honestly, J-Bridge, because Chaos tier increases the capacity, but not the other stats. So it takes longer to break with a higher Chaos tier. Now, with Unarmored Defense, more capacity also equals more health, so it hurts less. But I think, optimally, in most builds, you want your Bad Egg to be non-chaotic. No Chaos tier at all. Same with Cursed Wit and Last Gasp. Probably any Nova Shields as well. Definitely Amp Shields. You want all of those wards, you get it, to be non-chaotic, because their recharge rates don't go up, and if you want them to break ever, it's harder. Favorite in the game? It's on my Frost Shiver? Yeah, Tom, it's a great one. Really well designed. Something about good shield and ward design in lands games really speaks to me. Like, I really like the Mana Well in BL3. It's one of the last ones they added to that game, but it's very thoughtful, and it's very unique. It makes you do a gameplay loop around it as well. I like when they really nail the balance on those. Do ward full effects work or not with Unarmored? Unarmored makes your reservation point your new maximum. So ward full effects do work as long as you are at your new max. So currently I have all my ward full effects. Any that I have, which I don't think I have any. Almost called a shield, yeah. Good to know I've been avoiding them. Yeah, one of the many reasons Unarmored Defense is so good is that it kind of just allows you to do almost any ward stuff better. Gives you better uptime on amp wards, any while full effects. It also makes it easier to get while empty effects because there's less to empty. Makes you a lot tankier in general. And interestingly, Spellshot's Mage Armor does not account for the unarmored shifting your effective maximum. And you still get 10% back of the non-reserved value. Or 20% with 2 points of Mage Armor. So that's really interesting tech. I think Harbinger might behave the same way. I need to actually go and test that. But yeah, once again, Spellshot taking a W. Parasite, cool. Let's get a quick little Parasite melt. We enjoy Parasite melts here. Didn't mean to do that to myself, but okay. I didn't get hit. My amnesia's on. Hang on. Hit me. You know what? I refuse to accept that. I refuse to accept that. Mulligan. Yes, if I don't melt the boss fast enough, I use a life to redo it. And... Giga Chad. Be honest, if you weren't streaming this game, you'd still be playing Chaos Chambers every day? Yes. Let me check. My current playtime on this game, eGazer, is 36 days, 8 hours, 18 minutes, and 24 seconds, according to my Epic Game Store launcher. And not all of that is stream time. I still play a lot off stream, and when I do play this game off stream, I am almost always doing Chaos Chambers. I genuinely like that kind of content. That is what I personally enjoy. Little background about me, if you're familiar with Borderlands 3, I have over 2,000 hours in each of the takedowns, both Malwan and Guardian. 2,000 hours individually in each of them. So I genuinely like this style of dungeon-y content. That's what I enjoy. It's not for everyone, but I like it. There's our damage. Oh no, he did the explodey thing. Sorry, Parasite. See, that was better. Feel better about that one. He exploded. I think that was the infamous Parasite ward explosion thing. If that chunk of damage he does to himself gets amnesia in its formula, that's probably what did it. Amnesia and bonus elements, maybe. It's like how if you fight Hemo in BL3, the eggs there. They like get Guardian Angel. That kind of deal. That's what I'm assuming here anyway. Dreadwind's good. I think we'll do one more run. It's a beautiful day and I might go get some stuff done. Maybe. Possibly? Maybe. I have to put, like, long pants on. My shorts are sweaty. Is it worth putting on actual pants? I don't think so. Never mind. I'll stand aside. Pants, Quagmad? Yeah. No, never. Doubt. I'm among my people. Chaotic Banshee. No hilt mod. I don't like that Banshee can do this. Some melee weapons just can roll without a hilt mod, and it's very annoying. We don't need that extra bit of variance in there. Never seen that. I think Salt and Battery can as well, I've been told. I think on the Banshee it could be because it's linked to a Hiltless Blue Quest reward. Well, they're separate items, Viper. Like, they're separate items. They, like, have different file names and everything. Just look at the purples, because I do want to cover great swords with various elements. Like that fire one was really nice to have for Celissa. I think I want a cryo one as well. Not a good run in terms of gear. Oh well. The farm continues. Got it wrong at least once a day. I can take that off now. I mean, you could still be right. We're both speculating. Passes on this are trying. I want to get ward regen delay on a mage armor for like an amp build, because on a deathless preferably, because if you get that on a deathless, put it on a chillmonger, use unarmored defense to like have your ward and turn off the health reservation of the deathless. You then get all that recharge delay. You only have to restore half of what you would to get your amp again. And mage armor at 2 out of 1 is restoring 20%. So it only takes 2.5 mage armor triggers to get your amp back. So you could trigger it twice, and then like your natural regen would take over the rest. Maybe. That's gonna be a very specific gear roll to even test that out, though. We got it! We got the enchant on the Claymore, let's go! Think I need any points into attunement for Clawstalker using Hammer Throw? No. Think about it this way, Irish. Storm Dragon's Judgment, if you retract it immediately, is about a 5 to 6 second cooldown with no investment. Depending on how fast you hit the button. adding attunement isn't going to take any significant portion of time. Like, let's say you even had 50% skill cooldown. You're not going to notice a difference. And 50% is way more than what you can actually get with attunement. It is safe to completely skip cooldown as a stat for Hammer Throw. Blood of the Fallen coming in clutch a few times there. What action skills like more attunement? From the shadows, from the shadows, Reaper of Bones. Drink something. Do I have anything? I have a sip of coffee. I just occasionally die sometimes, it's fine. Yeah, from the shadows, Reaper Bones, Cleansing Flames, the ones with longer cooldowns, Blizzard. But the more alternative means you have of getting cooldown back, the less valuable it becomes. Thought Reaper didn't get affected by action skill? No. Duration? No. But cooldown? Yes. It still cools down like everything else does. It's such a satisfying setup. I love juggling all these weapons. Like 6% of my mental capacity right now. Blood loss is rough. Irish, if that's still going, you gotta go get some medical attention, please. Like, that was a couple hours ago. If that's still going, you need to do something about it. It stopped, but I lost like a cup. Drink some juice. Drink some juice. Eat a cookie. This isn't the Red Cross. This is the Red Cross with the QU. I don't know, that was a reach. The fuck? Nosebleed. I've gotten really bad nosebleeds before. One time in college, I woke up in a puddle. It was very unpleasant. Like, my roommate was very sketched out. It's been a lot better in recent years, but yeah. Some people just get very bad nosebleeds. I'm about to morb. It was all worth it now, huh? Hey, Bloody Brawler. How you doing? The enemies make it look cool, but it's not. It's really unpleasant, yeah. No, we got interrupted. I love getting like a perfect obelisk where I have one Dreadwind for the entire time. It's so satisfying to me. We were very close. Ultimately didn't make it. Took too much damage. Other than enchant sacks, you just go zoom in. Yeah. Brother sometimes gets random nosebleeds out of nowhere. Still remember one time I woke up and my brother having a nosebleed in the background. He had like bleeded out. Oh no, his nose knew. It wanted to vibe. Doing too much damage sounds like first world problem. No, I'm not doing too much damage. I'm taking too much damage. I think I want a little more healing. I don't know how to go about getting that, though. I suppose having that healing passive on armor would be nice. It's just a small amount of missing health, but it's enough that it could stop an amnesia dot from killing me in a pinch. Like at Primordial, it's like 3% or something. The armor enchant? No, not enchant. Armor passive. Do I have any with it? I don't think I do. This one. Missing health. So, chaotic, it's 1.8. I don't know what it is higher. Like dark magic melee weapon? I was thinking about that too, Viper. I was thinking about it. Especially because my Barbaloade happens to have dark magic efficiency, and Bad Egg gives you a dark magic bonus element as well. So, like, maybe. If I get a really good dark magic Banshee, I'll definitely give it a shot. Or just good dark magic greatsword. 1700 damage or better is my threshold for being willing to use it. Though I should probably be more discerning, considering dark magic won't have the soaked stuff. And it'll have those elemental penalties against everything. So I should probably be picky and go for 2000 damage. Amazing Bad Egg. My first one, knockback enemies to rip melee range. Yeah, that's awkward. Yeah, I'm torn between whether I want Roid Adaptive or Double Roid Irish. Can't quite decide. I need to do a more controlled test to see how much Adaptive is actually doing for me here, because I'm not at all certain. I have a lot of stuff going on. You can get Double Roid, I'm pretty sure. Thanks, Barbaloade. See that skeleton die? Fucking Barbaloade's goated. That was a satisfying Dreadwind, holy. This build's so fun. Primordial Green Ice Spike. 2000 damage? This green spell does more damage than most things in the game. 35% crit chance, 10-second cooldown, 2 charges, 2,107 damage. It's quite a simple stat card, yeah. You gotta? Yeah, I gotta. I do plan on doing an all-white item spell shot build to prove a point, Viper, but I gotta do some green stuff now. I did an all-purple Mist Dancer, and that worked. I'm gonna do an all-white item spell shot. Maybe I do a green item something else. Because green items can be enchanted. White items can't, greens can. So that thing can get an enchant on it, too. Ice Spike needs a build to call home, for sure. There's a lot of setup. No enemies hitting me, means I didn't have amnesia on. Speaking of, where the fuck are the enemies? Also, I had the wrong thing in my hand, apparently. Too much setup does go, man. Damage more than most snipers. It's more than most weapons, period, yeah. And, of course, it's spell damage, so we know it's got the formula. Ice Spikes are also a physical projectile, so they are capable of weak spot interactions. Like, Ice Spikes with one in the head, it always crits. You also get a Headhunter from Spore Warden, so that's a thing. I suppose even if I used a dark magic weapon, it'd still be beneficial to use Soak against bosses, because it's a minimal time commitment, but it's still boosting my rage and my blast chill. Very awkward enemies in this room. Green Graveborn because alliteration. Green build She-Hulk mommy. Green Grave Girl. Combine the two. Thanks, Barbaloade. Okay. Interesting boss. Ugh. I didn't have amnesia on. A lot of flying enemies in this game. Yeah. The longest illusion soak class. I want to say it's the same as everything else. 10 seconds? 8 seconds? Something like that. I don't know. Not long. But long enough. I forgot, this Rapscallion is, okay, game, are you good? Well, that was Monka. Rapscallion's lightning, so, it's good against the spectrals. Frames? Yeah, that's not even OBS frame drop, that's just my game actually running like that. I don't know why. It's very odd. Will my strikes actually go for Bernadette? That's the question. No, they're going for Dragonwood. Of course they are. Fucking of course they are. Alright, that's cool. Game is running away from Dreadwind Tower. Certainly feels that way. I was just about to spin. Actually tragic. You gonna do something, Dragon Lord? Spawn on me is what you're gonna do. Cool. That works. There we go. Just leaving the purple juice on the ground, what a Chad. Of course. Sword Explosion is strong, and I don't think it's the best item in the game. I don't think so either. Strongest individual gun. Arguably. Best item in the game? No. The beauty of these kinds of games is quantifying best item in the game is ultimately not possible. We Pride gamers? We are Pride gamers, Glenny. That was a lot of crystals from that. 10k before the chest. A couple weeks of best item Sword Explosion. Sensationalism, clickbaiting. You know how the game goes. Not the literal game, but the content creation game. And I think that case of best is a little less disingenuous than most, because Sword Explosion really is just crazy. Best item in the game is Sawmill because it's cool. I can't argue with that. Yeah, let's hit melee, because I want dark magic melee weapons. Specifically, you know, great swords. Dark magic great swords. Best item is green ice spike, of course. See, of course. There you go. Now we're winning. Name me any other gun that can kill a room before it kills Dragonlord's statue. Fragment Rain. Hey, Rectangle. Am I just really unlucky, or the week 3 items not added to the bunnies? So none of the DLC 2 items are in the bunnies. None of them at all. That's something that they'll be added in after you complete week 4, I believe is how it works. But none of them are in the bunnies, unfortunately. It's not a system that I like. I think it should all be available in the bunnies, because I'm right there with you, Rectangle. I have not gotten a single garlic breath. You know, the spell from week 1, I've not seen it a single time in my entire game. And I have over 800 hours in this game. I've not seen it once. I don't think it's a good decision. I hope they don't do it with the next DLC. It should be available in the bunnies. Speaking of bunnies, please. Stuff available in the bunnies does not take it away from other places. You could simply have the bunnies as an option because the pool is so diluted anyway. And dedicated farms are still more efficient. Because you get to filter what you're actually getting as drops. So everybody could be happy. Think about it. Everybody being happy. Sounds lovely. Thanks everybody. Really enjoyed my time here. Hey, I'm super glad. Happy to have you. Ragnarok makes me sad. I wish that item was better. I've been trying to find ways to make the Ragnarok work. With a lot of swing speed, it feels less terrible, but like, it's just not very good. Hey Holo, how you doing? You doing a great job? No, you. You're doing even better. I appreciate you. Chat, go follow Holo. Wonderful person. Makes lots of content, lots of games. But how you doing? Want to see a frying pan melee build? Pan's just good. Ah, here, we got a claymore. It's only chaotic, though. Yeah, Pan's just good. Like, it's got a really good stat spread, high damage, high crit damage. There's worse crit chances out there. There's a Pan somewhere here. Hang on, where is it? Here it is. Yeah, there's weapons that have 0 crit chance, so it's not the worst. The swing speed isn't the slowest. The damage is on the higher end, and the crit damage is definitely on the higher end. But it's also got the fact that it makes you tankier just for having it equipped. You get that reflection. That bullet reflection. Definitely helps you. Pan's just good. It's not a leading damage option like a Banshee, and it's not a super fast option like a pickaxe, but it's just reliable. If you were to do a melee build where you want to do damage with your swing in particular, I would recommend Pan as one of the options to look out for. Lots of games. Just returned from watching my baby sister graduate top 10% in her class. She's got 95% of her college paid for. I is proud. That's awesome. That's a series of W's. That's amazing. Good for her. I love to hear stuff like that. She's been through hell, still knocked out of the park. Well, despite us here not knowing her, I think we can all say that we're proud of her too. That's awesome. It's a feel-good story. Dub has been detected. So. I want to get this. That's a twisted delusion. Excuse me. Show me the correct. There we go. I want to get this in Dark Magic. I guess getting it with Warrior Hilt would be wise because that would make up the damage loss from Dark Magic partially. I'd be fine without Ancient Hilt. Basically my twin, but 9 years apart from me. Family's interesting like that. But I'm glad she's got you in her corner as well. Genuinely love to hear that. Yeah, I'm gonna do some more melee weapon farming. I think we're gonna call it a little early today. I want to get some stuff done. Hey, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Holo. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. 301, you absolute mad lad. Mr. Adblock living up to the name. Thank you so much. Yeah. Let's find somewhere to go. I think I'm gonna use the daylight and the good weather. See, Epic's live on BL3. Lazy's doing some Wonderlands. Dame's doing some Dishonored. Tweety's doing Tarkov. Let's go raid Epic. Epic is doing down-patched BL3. So he's doing OG Mayhem 4, which a lot of people consider is like the golden era of the game in terms of balancing. It's before a lot of power creep stuff. There was still a lot of build diversity, a lot of weapon diversity. People who didn't like BL3 later on still liked it then. And as someone who likes BL3 nowadays, I still liked it back then too. That's a long time ago. Yeah, it is. Let's go raid Epic. Let's see. Oh, we'll do this. Let's rate him with but modifiers, though. He'll love it. He'll love it. But modifiers, though. One of the best things about OG Mayhem 4 is that the modifiers were much more tame. So, let's go over there. Thank you guys so much for all the love. It was a nice chill stream today. And continue being you, your positive selves. Surround yourself with good people. Remember to filter what you consume. If you don't want to deal with some negativity, guess what? You don't have to. And that's just a good life lesson to have. So I will see you on Monday. I will not be live tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day off. But until then, have a wonderful rest of your day and weekend. And thank you for everything. Bye-bye.